But now, each of you flee into the sunsetted evening and head to what apparently should be a safe space for you, a watchtower on the very border of the realm that has not been used in decades now, and there's never any soldiers stationed there due to its now lack of strategic relevance. But that sounds like the perfect place to hide. Each of your characters has been full rested. If you need to reset your spells on your own sheets, feel free to do so. Your tokens on my refreshed though.
I shall take a look. I think everything is in order.
When you all arrive is nothing spectacular.
Where are our tokens? I can't find them.
Let me re-reveal them for you.
Aha.
On the king's face.
Thank you. His royal countenance.
I had to borrow them temporarily.
Oh god, map tools changed the theme for some reason. This looks ugly. Oh well, I'll deal with it.
I'll just change it. We got time.
Don't have to. No, it's fine.
You have to close map tools and then reopen. Yeah, it's whatever.
It's fine. It's just cosmetic.
Just 1 minute.
Deal with it. Oh, it's fine. It's fine.
You're gonna have to look at it for like 4 hours. Come on.
Maybe I'll like it eventually.
I've grown a little bit accustomed to the green. I gotta say, it's like soft against my eyes.
I'm sorry, that green is puke. I don't like looking at it.
No, it's moss, I think. Moss green.
I'm just glad we're sitting opposite to each other, so I have to look at it.
Wow.
That's no way to talk about his face.
Yeah, that is very rude, actually.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Sorry, Doug.
This is the type of abusive relationship we have.
Sorry. Alright. Alright, role-playing mode. I'm back in. Let's do it.
I've got my mug of drink here and I'm just enjoying this while you guys are...
The banter is real already.
I miss it.
Oh boy.
It's of nothing of much impressance. It's an old stone building with, some clear structural decay to it. Old banners of the lion hang over it, though many of them have been torn holes in from branches and the elements. The watchtower is somewhat hidden, as much as you can be hidden on top of a hill, surrounded by the local trees, which kind of make it not the most noticeable anymore. Certainly, for this to be used as a good watchtower again, the tree line would need to be thinned. Entering inside, the place is barren, covered in dust. There's very little in the way of signs that even animals have taken refuge here, which might be a nice thing, I guess. Outside a couple of spiders who have decided to make the upper corners of each room a nice little nest. Otherwise, it's fairly bare. There's a couple of old beds, which are still in decent shape. A couple of the doors just don't open properly and have to be broken down, but you know what? It's safe enough for the time being. There's a place you can light a fire, and there is a nice lookout point that people can keep an eye out for trouble. So it works for now. And it's a place that you can definitely rest your heads in safety.
Well, I think the plan was to do just that. Do we have do we have a clear sight around us if we put up we can't be snuck upon?
Yeah, if you whoever heads up to the very top floors, there is a kind of a 360 balcony around the top of the watchtower.
Yeah,
and you can, if someone's stationed up there, they can very easily get a nice view of the entire surrounding area. You can't really sneak up on it easily with its hilltop position.
All right.
You can also see it off in the distance down across the border towards the Duke of Alcen's territory.
Mm-hmm.
You can see an old fort, a keep, that you also know has been long abandoned a distance away.
Hmm.
Fort
Well.
Hills, if you're curious.
Well, might be good for a base of operations, I guess. I don't know. It might be too close to the big city. Yeah, I believe we at least take a long rest and sort of. I think we sort of try to collect ourselves. We have just sprung an enemy of the state out of prison. So if we weren't looked for before, people are gonna look into that prison break presumably. So Ammanas would at least suspect that. I mean, he would think that if he was a leader in that city, and someone told him that a valued prisoner has just sort of vanished from his prison cell with the guards, and only a dead priest is laying around, mysteriously dead. There's not even wounds on him. He would definitely suspect sorcery and probably be pretty animated and send a lot of guards and search parties and stuff out. So keeping an eye out.
For the moment being, at least, though, they do not even know about the dead body, given how well Vic has hid it. It might take them some time to find it.
Yeah, I think was there like can we just dump them down a mine shaft or something like a
More or less, yes, but with the fact that that mine has been largely forgotten by the residents of the castle,
Mhm.
time for them to realize it's there.
Yeah, like drag them out and throw them into the sea or something. Yeah, I suppose then we need to like figure out our next move, sorta.
Yeah. Sir Bolton, after all of you have kind of clearly got yourself into a comfortable position for the night, will inform you that he plans to hold a strategy meeting in the morning.
Awesome.
As he's going to
Sir,
turn the upper floor into an impromptu meeting room.
Good.
Lady Cyril, which one of us wants to have a transfers? Since we aren't on rest at
Don't care. You know what? I'll take the first shift. Go sleep or rest, said.
Great.
Yeah, the Ammanas will take pretty much the closest corner or remains of something he can prop into a bed. If he can, he'll just sit down leaning against the wall with his sword next to him.
There are old bunks you can use. They're not very comfortable, but they're better than lying on the floor. They were just military bunks.
Yeah, that will be fine. Yeah, Ammanas will take one of those. He will, as he drifts to sleep, will start mumbling his oath to himself to sort of focus and calm down. As he will drift off.
Yeah, I suppose the adrenaline of sneaking / running through a castle and barely escaping getting discovered is certainly now crashing down on Vicus, and so yeah, he is going to basically drop dead asleep as soon as he's able to.
It's first onto one of the bunks.
Yeah.
Two elves take more careful meditation, it sounds like. Entering their trances.
Mm-hmm.
So here's a question: can an elf sleep? Or
No.
no,
We can
No.
dream, but we don't sleep.
unable to sleep? Check.
Yeah.
We take a form of trance that allows us to dream.
It's like a meditative state, but it's not sleeping.
Do they look upon lesser races and why do they sleep? I don't understand. It's like a Dragon Age, Dragon Age 1 situation.
I mean, if you haunt the evil elf, then maybe. But normally, no.
The night is long and cold. The battering of hatches as a chill wind blows through. Sleet covering the surrounding area. It's a chilly night, though with fires lit and blankets over you, it's bearable at least. That said, though, it's a long, cold night, as the spring has not shown signs of wanting to get warm yet. Who was taking the first elven sleep?
Oh, that would be me.
Elven sleep, are you?
No, I'm awake.
Same
Zed
way.
is asleep.
Okay, so we first. Okay.
I'm on
Zed,
watch.
Yes.
can you please roll me a D100?
Great.
Oh,
Oh,
Oh God.
There-
that
Oh
could be very
my.
good or very bad.
Maximum power.
Oh no.
Right, that's a 100. One moment, please.
What D100 table ever ends well on 100? I've never known one. It's
A black
always
hole
bad.
appears.
It could be like the power level of loot we're gonna get through the dream. So it's like 100.
You're so optimistic. I'm afraid it's not going to last.
I swear
last
to
a
God.
second.
Like if yeah, I mean I don't know. I guess we'll find out.
Yeah.
Oh God.
We find Saturday morning just dead, straight up dead. He said, oh well,
He died.
how?
These are his old man death saves.
As you rest, you feel not all your thoughts in your meditation are your own. Something's there, something clawing almost. It's this. There's something else, something potent. They're just kind of reaching out. It's not tangible, but you hear it like war drums being beaten. Duh, 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 a constant rhythmic beat. You almost hear growling noises like beasts. And distant whispers, though you can't quite make out what they're saying. It gives you a very uncomfortable feeling, though, of whatever this is. Of something far away being called. Something far away being, well, being communed with, perhaps? And you briefly almost see an image of something, though it's not the easiest to make out. Can you please just make me a intelligence check?
Uh, let's just roll it. Let's see, easier like this. Really bad. 1 for total of 3.
On for all the extremes today.
Okay. The images and the sensations, it's hard for you to necessarily place all of them. It happens distantly and quickly. But even without being able to really pinpoint anything too solid, one thing becomes clear to your mind as you wake up. You're fairly sure that, well, from what you understand, someone is trying to reach out towards you all. Something is. At least trying to reach out to you. In the morning, everyone is awoken by the surprisingly pleasant smell of a wild boar being roasted.
Oh.
The fair lady Eliza, having gone out and hunted a boar for everyone's breakfast.
Hey. That is well, that's what I call a breakfast of champions right there. Boar.
It's a good breakfast.
Yeah.
Given the fact that you guys don't have any proper supplies, it's pretty damn good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, having a hunter on board is good.
You are able to sit down, the famished guardsmen, yourselves, and the others, able to take a brief, just replenish your energies.
Mm-hmm.
Pull yourselves together. Sir Bolton is notably absent from breakfast, apparently already putting things together at his war meeting.
Yeah. As always, Ammanas starts the day as he ends it by reaffirming his conviction and swearing his oath. You know, he usually does this off to the side, similar to like what a cleric would do with contemplation. You know, but that's since his convictions come from his oath, he does that instead of like prayer. You would say he might still pray though, but then to like the guardian angel of his family for guidance, although that guardian angel seemingly sent him into exile. So what good will that do? I guess we'll see. Can't hurt though.
The rest of you start your day.
Grumpily.
Well, I think in general, Vicus would like to just take a quick sweep of his surroundings. It's an unfamiliar place, and that is something that he, in his line of profession, is something he does not like in the slightest. So he'll probably start his morning by just exploring a bit, just getting his bearings, noticing the quickest escape routes and ways to get around, and then we'll finally rejoin everyone at the table. Perhaps probably the last one there.
You would see that Seth would be outside, sitting in like a crossroads situation, and just like letting the wind and the breeze all go past to him, and seemingly mumbling to the spirits that are all around him. But he will come join the body, the worshipful.
I mean, Ferris doesn't really do anything special. She wakes up, and that's her morning. She wakes up, like, splashes water on her face to sort of like, and then to go to the meeting, I suppose.
She's the kind of person to kind of throw herself out of bed and be at work within like 10 minutes, not having really done much.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, neatened up and then off to work, sort of thing.
Each of you head upstairs one by one at different moments. After having prepared yourselves, finished your morning routines, or otherwise contemplated what's going on. Top of the watchtower, a squatted room with a couple of windows and doors leading out to the central balcony. Old tapestry still flying, though most of the furniture up here has now been dragged out of the room to better clear this place up. It's going to be some kind of strategic command. As all of you come upstairs, you can already hear Lady Eliza and Sir Bolton looking over a map, talking to one another and trying to figure out what could be going on.
Oh, see, I get the right hand. I like it. Oh.
Yeah.
Right hand woman here, Ammanas.
Right. Left hand is what you hold the blade in when you're.
This don't worry. There'll be enough murdering to go around for everyone. I
Oh, I
promise.
bet.
Upon seeing you, Sir Bolton briefly looks up from his maps and nods. My lords.
Nods back. Sir
morning.
Bolton. I believe you wanted to talk to us.
Yes, since you all seem, well, dedicated to fighting instead of running away, it's probably a good idea for us to assess what we're up against.
Agreed.
I'll do what I can to help explain what I've figured out and the general layout of the area. I doubt some of you have seen much outside that frozen village.
Ammanas snorts and says, "We have been mostly out of comings and goings of the duchy, so any and all information is very welcome."
True, but like, I mean, I guess these old fellows and the fair lady hasn't seen much of the land.
More like the goings on, right? The business of state and stuff like that.
I know some of that. I'm not
Alright.
like I have been sitting still for 10 years.
All right, good for you. I guess Ammanas would have been so drunk that he hadn't really noticed anyone doing anything.
They had a lot of mead in that tavern. A lot of mead.
Yeah. And all was on the house.
Or more precisely, on the noble family's tab.
Yeah, exactly.
So let's see, where's the best place to start this? So as you're aware, a couple of days ago, the Lord Inquisitor, alongside a large retinue of men and several of his acolytes, marched up here with the assistance of some southern noble lords and others to apparently do some kind of inquisitory work on the realm, saying they was looking for some kind of criminal, and that our liege had been harboring them in secret. Of course, you as a group, of course, has already gotten yourself a document for that. But Sir Bolton kind of looks over the table. To my understanding, the force is fairly green trained. The peasant militia, mostly being led by Sir Gillian McFrey, a knight errant. He's a competent warrior, though he's pretty inexperienced as a commander. Though he's certainly dangerous to get in close combat with. Lady Eliza looks over him a moment with a curious look, kind of nudging him. I can let you know a bit more about him later, but to say the least, I am quite acquainted. I have quite the acquaintance with Gillian's fighting style.
How exactly did they come to take over the capital like they did? Did they? I assume they got let in and then accused the Lord and killed them. Like, I assume so fast that no one could stop them. But otherwise, it seems quite a tall order for such a green, inexperienced force to take the city.
The Lord Inquisitor, though at the time just Inquisitor, Valence, came marching up, stating that he had a writ of execution for a criminal in our realm. As per custom, the Lord offered him refuge and offered him and his men bread and board. I'm not entirely sure how everything spurred out of control, but it only took a few days before suddenly his lordship had been confronted by not only the Inquisitor but by several of the acolytes, apparently with evidence of his misdeeds.
And those misdeeds were what exactly?
I don't have the full details on it. Most of their rambling between each other is always in that religious tongue. But the crimes boiled down to treason against the radiant throne. He kind of scoffs for a moment. And consorting of the dark arts and protecting a known apostate. Which
Apostate being Lorenza.
I believe so. Though I don't know much about who she is outside of being some kind of elf.
She is a blood witch or a practitioner of hemocracy. She is at least few centuries old, what I know. She once visited our tribe in the past, so at the moment I wasn't present at the meeting. My tribesmen words about her, so might be now a lot of misremembrances due to the age of the question, weren't very good or promising.
Mm.
But from what you're telling me, then it sounds unlikely that the late lord would be harboring her, right? As far as I understood, he was a righteous man and a good ruler. There's no reason for him to harbor someone like that, right?
This is the point where
I
Later speaks up here.
I would like to point out that he was harboring us.
There is a difference between us and a apostate blood witch.
Maybe, but not for the Inquisition.
Yes, certainly true. But I'm trying to ascertain whether or not these accusations are actually true, or what motive he could have had for harboring a blood witch. Harboring us is dangerous for him, no doubt, but it is the right thing to do, is it not? My claim to the throne is still the legit one. And so, in effect, he is serving his lord and master by doing so.
Yes, but for the Inquisition's master, you are a threat to the throne. If you were to be known.
Of course. But there's a difference of harboring us for the Lord, since he's loyal to us, and harboring a blood witch. That's the difference.
Yes, I know, I understand. I wanna just bring this point up, that it might be a miscalculated situation. Or misread situation.
At this point, Ceres will lift a hand to sort of interject this, and will say, Lady Eliza, while we're in the discussions of this, did your brother practice any form of magic?
I pause for a moment as you ask that question. Practicing magic, I doubt any scholars would fully agree with those words for him. But he dabbled in, I don't know what the right terms for it is, but he tinkered and he made small magical trinkets and objects. Or tried to. I don't know how. I honestly didn't. I found his talks on it quite boring most of the time. It's an area we didn't see too eye to eye.
At this point, she'll smile and say, so he was a what's a polite word? A artificer in the making. Fine. So I am trying to see where the connection would be, and I presume that. And she sort of like looks off into the distance, looks to Ammanas with a little smile. Not the type of person to give away everything she thinks. At least not to anyone but the four of them. I'll say, I think that there could be a connection between the witch and an artificer. She like smiles to her king with that knowing look.
Are you implying my brother had something to do with this?
Ceres will look to Eliza and say, perhaps. I do not know. I cannot make accusations, but I can see that there would be a link. I cannot rule something out without proof that it is something different.
Over the past while that we've been harbored here, I have heard from my contacts that your brother has purchased shipments of considerable size of monocrystals. If he tinkers, as you said, I feel that whatever he purchased them for, a few magical trinkets isn't exactly, well, it wouldn't use that many, would you say? As he looks over to Ceres.
Would Ceres know if blood witches are even known to use any crystals, or it's just the innate power in blood that they use?
Blood magic is a dangerous thing. Blood witches can certainly rely on purely blood hemomancy to do their magic, but it's dangerous. It costs them a lot of strength to do so. It's not unheard of for even practitioners of hemomancy to still practice traditional magic alongside it.
Okay. Then Ceres will say, although artificing does use crystals, as I'm sure you well remember, if he is just tinkering, I would be amazed if he made anything that needed such large quantities. But it is not unheard of for hemomancers to use crystals. It's harder for them, but it's not unheard of. Unless, of course, and at this point she looks at Eliza and says, there is some hidden wizard or sorcerer among your people that we're unaware of.
She grits her teeth. We don't have like a court mage, if that's what you're asking.
No.
I know there's a couple of other people who dabble in magic, but we don't have a lot of them. There aren't a lot of those kind of people up here.
And Zeus shakes her head and sort of looks down a little bit as if having known that answer, just wanting to clarify, says, in which case, unless he has come in strides and has become some fully fledged artificer, then I don't know anyone else but the witch that would use them to that extent, to the need of such quantity.
There is also the concern of where your brother is, and Lady Eliza, I suppose now is the time for the question. What exactly did you find in our foray in the castle?
My brother's nothing if he's not generally predictable. Given all the meetings he constantly attended during stewardship, all of the local merchants that he always kept contracts with, he had his hands in most of the industry stuff going on around the area. So I knew if I could find his ledger, I would be able to find out at least where he would have been at the time of the lockdown. And during the time of the lockdown of the city, he was scheduled to be meeting with Bron Shattershield, who is he's a dwarven. He called him consultant. I feel of him just more of a brute mercenary who's been helping out in Black Salt Mine.
What need is there for a mercenary in the mine?
There's a creature in there.
Not so much in the mine, it's the surrounding area. Recently, there has been sightings of various creatures. Gnolls, apparently,
Uh-huh.
out of the
The-
icy mountains.
Among the bubbles, there's also a story that there is a animal, mask-wearing animal that's wearing, called the Red, that is disturbing the area.
I've heard the rumors, though I can't confirm them or not. But I've heard rumors of people being scared off the road by the Red, though I didn't really look into it much. No one's been hurt, as far as I can tell. So,
Well, if he was scheduled to meet with this individual, where exactly?
up in Black Salt Mine, basically as far north up the river as you can get before it's unbearable.
Then it would seem that if you were to find any more information and prove or disprove our conjecture of any connection or not with the Blood Witch, then we will need to, well, go find him.
Sounds
The
good.
mine, the mine was his last possible location, then he might be nearby.
That's the hope. Idealize is now looking both like annoyed, yet also questioning. Like she isn't sure if you're right, but she's desperately hoping you're not.
Hmm.
Sir Bolton kind of interjects again. Beyond that matter, we also, though, have the issue that each day the Lord Inquisitor is going to be rallying the populace against any form of resistance, sending his priests out there to proselytize, use the church to sway the populace.
What exactly is he currently preaching?
Mostly just religious fervor. But the Inquisition is here to protect them, to root out the monsters and to root out this hideous witch in their lands. And if nothing else, That kind of fire speech, it works well to get common folk scared and wanting to back something.
Right.
And with him being the Great Inquisitor and no real voices speaking against him, there's only one logical way it's going to go.
Yes. Alright, so he is whipping the peasantry into a frenzy. He is supposedly looking for the Blood Witch, but might also be looking for, well, anyone. If he has killed in the line of duty before, he will most likely try to do so again.
He's a ruthless man. He won't stop at killing a few people. He'll keep going until he has his quarry.
Well, we are at least so lucky for the moment that the quarry does not seem to be us. Hopefully, we can remain incognito for a while to figure out what is going on before the Inquisitor actually catches wind that we're here.
Yes, no doubt that your rescue was noticed, of course, but who, or how, or why, well, as far as we know, they have no knowledge of that.
Been so long. Now, that's the most likely thing they would think of, probably, is that I have drunk myself to death, which, to be fair, is not too far off. I doubt they expect to find any of us here, really. Although if they stumble upon us and do recognize us, they might even call in reinforcements.
And let's try to keep your identity under the wraps for the moment.
Yes, best to wield the element of surprise while we have it. However, if we are to do anything in the city, then we need assets, we need arms, we need information, and, well, quite frankly, right now, I know very little. And it would seem, Lady Eliza, that your brother, with his hands in as many pots as it seems, would know a lot about what's going on.
Yes, most of the economic movements of the realm and a lot of the political movements he kept an eye on, even though he couldn't directly be the one involved in them.
He nods.
Not officially, at least.
But yes, as Sir Bolton says, every day, every hour we spend, the more ground the Inquisitor gains. So we must be swift.
Going forward to inspect the mine seems reasonable enough. We need to figure out what information your brother has, if he's involved with the witch, or if he is not, why he has ordered such quantities of crystals.
That is true. It also can help us, well, if we were to deal with this red, uh, we could gain some public opinion of us. Of course, this would let us not to be in the shadows as we wish to be.
So he is Red some sort of robber, some monster, or some sort of vigilante? Like, what would you categorize him as based on what you've heard?
The description is a humanoid, uh, size of an average human, maybe a little bit half, with a strange large ear mask of animal shape and glowing eyes. I'm uncertain if it's a fey creature or spirit creature, but it might be some form of kobold shaman also.
Does the description match anything that Ceres might be able to recall?
Nothing immediately comes to Ceres's mind for this. There's a few things that like it could be, but there's nothing you could concretely kind of pin down.
Oh, and it's usually seen in the night. So I guess it could be also some form of fiend, but I doubt that.
Ceres frowns. Says, it more sounds like peasantry, being what they are, superstitious. As much as they can be great sources
The
of
entity
information,
is in there, that is certain. It is just uncertain what the entity does in there.
I am in agreement, Zed, and what I was going to say is that it may not be as big of a problem as it seems. What I was going to say is that it may be the peasantry over-exaggerating what is happening. As Lady Eliza pointed out, quite truthfully, that no one has been hurt. I do not see it that much of a priority.
If we run into it, sure. If it's in our way, sure. But I agree. Unless it's actively hindering us, I don't see a reason.
I agree as well. If we come across it, we can certainly do something about it. But for now, it seems too vague and ill-defined, and honestly, odd to be chased by us at this point. The mine, however, is more concrete. We know where that is, so we could easily go for it. Except, in comparison to running after what could amount to a local ghost story. You keep your eye to the ground, though, of course, and said if you, within your communion with the wild spirits, glean anything about this matter, I would ask that you bring it to our attention.
I have not many more information regarding this matter, but I have some few other things.
Yes.
Regarding the ritual bricks area. This is also someone among the bubbles that has been told. The area is heavily, I would say, there are a lot of signing of wolves around the area, and seemingly they are led by a pair of direwolves in the area called by the peasant Mama and Papa. This provides us few possibilities. It is possible for me to negotiate with these creatures if we want animalistic allies. So I do not know to what degree. I'm not the most best talker. Usually my wife handles that kind of matters. But this is also an opportunity to gain a later on public image for us if we were to resolve the matter for the public.
Nods. Yes, that sounds interesting enough. Looks over to the map. Could you mark it on the map, or do you know?
Yep, the location, if you go, I'll talk you to the map view, is here. It's the crossing over to Record,
Right.
called Crossing.
Ah, yes, I see the little note now. Yes. Okay, okay. I mean, that is salt mine. Would it be like looking at this map? It doesn't look like it would be a terrible detour necessarily to go there. but it's hard to see. Like, I don't see really terrain here, so I don't know if it's like enormous mountains or like deep forest between us
Sure. Are you
and
saying like potentially like this?
swing. Yeah, we could swing by it and go up to the mine that way if it's not too much of a detour.
Detour. Traveling alongside the river is fairly easy. There's generally little one that gets in the way walking up the riverside. There's quite a lot of forest that kind of inland in this area. Though it's easier to hide in than it is on the riverbanks. So
It's true. Well, considering time is of the essence, I would have suggested going by river anyway. So it would seem that the quickest way to the river is nearby where we need to go, if
I
you want to
also
pursue that route.
want to bring attention more, how would I call it, dramatic plan to cut the head of the snake. Let's go with that.
Uh-huh.
I could send a animal messenger to the Lord Inquisition and tell that we, the elves, have some intimate information regarding the witch and we would like to negotiate with him. He could arrive to a certain location to talk to us with a small party where we could ambush him. Of course, this has a lot of uncertainties, but it's a possibility.
It is certainly a plan, however, I'd imagine no Inquisitor worth his salt would not take a few more than enough soldiers with him.
If
But
not
definitely a
liberties.
plan.
Worth a
It's,
thought.
it is a
Indeed.
bold plan, certainly. And if we can, I do agree that the Inquisitor would be bound to show up. Probably as much force as he could muster. I would expect that he. I don't know. Does he realize that he is not necessarily that popular? He might.
Also, if the party he wants to come negotiate is a neutral, nomadic, third-party wooden elven tribe, he might not want to scare them off. And I would sign it as a wood elf.
Right.
There's
That-
also merit in that plan being used to lead him away from the city. In the sense, in case we want to do something there.
It's true. Though I suspect he would be wary to go too far outside of the city. He might indeed suspect us or someone else to try to lead him away. So we couldn't potentially put it too far away. Then the bait not would not be that enticing to him. I think the idea is sound, however. I am thinking how likely he would be to actually accept an invitation from such an animal messenger. I would certainly be somewhat skeptic if, say, a rat showed up and tried to invite me to a rendezvous in the forest. But if he becomes desperate enough, then yes, he might very well go for it. Certainly not a bad idea.
That is most of my information except a history about the place that I don't wish to net yet to tell.
Very well.
all of you are moving up north. What do you have? Are you going to request me and my lady to accompany you? Or have you got something else in mind for us?
At the very least, I would have the lady accompany us to meet with her brother. if anything, she would have the most luck with him than us.
So Bolton, if you could, perhaps you can use your men to see if you can requisition supplies from one of the neighbouring counties. Right now, you're pretty. Kind of looks over his scrap metal armor he's managed to put together. Not the best.
Yes, that sounds like a good idea to me. Vicus is correct. Having Lady Elisa with us would be a great boon. She knows her brother, and he knows her, and I doubt he would necessarily trust us too much without her company. Sir Bolton, if you can scrounge up, well, whatever you can in the manner of support, men, arms, etc. Give us an overview of what we have to work with, roughly.
Yes, indeed.
That would be appreciated.
I'll do what I can. As the group finishes their preparations around the war table, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Lady Eliza is being deployed with the party, which is fine. Sir Bolton is to gather supplies.
Yeah, gather men supplies. Basically, take stock of what we have.
Very little.
Yeah, that's fair.
Certainly, anything more than would be appreciated. And the party themselves plans to set out. I have updated the war table itself with a variety of new images.
Oh, awesome!
So you can see a little bit more about different things going on. But yes, you planned to then move out. Okay.
Yes.
So the group plans to leave your little ruined watchtower and head to Reichhold Crossing and then go up the river?
Yes, I think that is the plan.
Yeah, unless anyone has any direction.
No, sounds good to me. Halldamir, Isa?
No, it's fine.
Fine by me.
Alright. Towards Reichhold Crossing and see if we can talk to some wolves.
Start to mommy, daddy, wolf.
Like do dire wolves normally talk? That seems rare.
I mean, we have a druid.
No, but I can speak with animals.
Yeah.
That's normal, right?
I mean,
yes, normal.
Wood elf sorcery.
I mean, would you prefer blood elf sorcery?
I'm not sure yet.
Oh my god. Stable blood sorcery at least.
I mean,
what gives me most power, right?
I mean, we've seen Eladrin sorcery already involving figures teleporting through flowers.
It's true.
That was cool.
Flower teleport.
That was like my favorite part almost.
Okay. The group moves out then, kind of following along the border road and up towards Right Crossing. It's an easy enough trek. It's not too dangerous by itself. And it doesn't appear the Inquisition is directly on the borders. It looks like they're searching more deeper inland. Which is something to your favour, at least. And with Lady Eliza with you, the movement is swift. Knowing the area like the back of her hand, it's not long before before you can really get anywhere if she's leading. Though a good question for the party is, how fast does the party want to move? Are you going to want to try and minimize signs that anyone came from the watchtower?
Honestly, I think that'd be kind of. See, this is the thing. At this early stage, it's not likely that people will be looking, but if they happen upon something, that we're in trouble. But at the same time, we don't have much time before we get discovered, presumably. So
yeah,
I'm
I
not
don't know.
sure.
It'll also be like, oh, someone has been at the watchtower. I mean, maybe there's a lot of people go onto the watchtower every now and then. It could they don't know it's us, right?
True.
Yeah, currently you exist.
Exactly, and it
Yeah,
does.
yeah.
They don't even have to suspect like, oh yeah, whoever broke Sir Bolton out of prison clearly camped here. I don't think we leave that many trails, right?
No.
Um,
Just more of a question on whether we leave tracks that can be followed regardless anyway, even if they don't know it's us.
I don't think there is need currently for that type of stealth. We are not looked for really.
Sure.
Not
So
sneak. Are we going at normal pace then, or are we going to actively kind of like hustle along then?
Leave decision to the king.
normal pace for now.
Okay.
I do have a disguise kit, Dark. I'm curious if I could create a disguise for the king in the case that if we are set upon by people that he would be immediately recognized. Because us, I mean, his retainers, we have some degree of fame, but not as much as him. Like he is the
Not
poster
as
child, so to
much as
speak.
the angel with dark black wings and.
Yes, exactly. So I'm wondering if perhaps in the watchtower there's something that I could fashion up some sort of disguise for him while we're traveling, at least.
There's not a lot of supplies there, but I mean, if you wanted to dress him up as like a beggar, you could probably disguise him as that.
Excuse me.
How does he feel about that?
Well,
There's sheets with holes in them and sacks you can use to help make a disguise with.
Sure.
I don't
It
think.
does say, however, it's a pouch of cosmetics, so maybe I can make it so that you don't have like your
Try to cover up some
your
of
aesthetics.
The thing is though, I'm thinking like because Ammanas when he was still on the throne, he did have the golden hair and the shining eyes and like all of that stuff. Like his current more fallen state like that's new. Like no one has probably seen him like that really.
Sure.
So I'm thinking like someone seeing him would probably be like, huh, he looks weird, but I don't know if he would immediately be recognized as inhuman.
It's the same reason the doesn't immediately detect you when you were just in the village.
Yeah.
Like, you don't match the descriptions of the old king.
Yeah.
That said, though, someone who is in the know might be able to figure it out still.
Mm-hmm.
It's just
Commoner
extra
probably
insurance. You can take it if you wish or not. It's up to you. It's an option.
Yeah, it's a good idea. It's I don't think it's needed right now, but we'll keep that in mind as we move forward, I think.
Okay.
Um,
the king is
Sure.
burlap.
Yeah. I mean, I wasn't gonna like wrap you up in mummy wrap or anything, but
the king does not dress like a beggar, I can tell you that.
sure. Well,
But
good to
he's
keep in
dressed like
mind
a
at least.
fisher.
Yes.
I mean, you can always give him like an eye patch for the glowing eye.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna do. Like, I don't know, like we can make up your face so that you're not exactly glowing everywhere. You just have your other eye, right?
I suppose an eye patch could be done.
You could assemble an eye patch if you want.
Yeah, why not? Right? No? Can you see
Okay.
out the other eye?
Yes.
I thought the situation was you could, but it just looks like it's not working.
Yes, that's the case indeed. He can see normally from that eye. It's just it has this weird sort of glow to it.
Sure. Oh, it does have. Oh, okay. Then never
There's
mind.
like because Aasimar has this. They have these golden eyes usually,
Yes.
but his has gone out. So his one eye is more like a silvery sort of moonlight sort of thing. Very very. You can probably not see it necessarily in daylight, but in the night it might be like a glint there. You know.
Right. And his other eye is golden glowy. Or
That would be like steel gray or something like that.
oh, okay. Well, you know what? Maybe it's fine. Then.
I think it's more I don't think anyone would necessarily recognize him just walking on the street unless they had actually met him in the past or knew him even quite well in the past.
Yeah, no, of course. It's
Um,
just more of people who are actively looking for you or have known you see you. Then yes, they would probably be like, "You're looking very familiar," and they will be
yeah,
curious.
Yes.
Yeah, so
Yeah, and also like the traveling companions, it's like, that looks like the old spy master kinda, and that kinda looks like.
yeah.
So it'd be like putting it together, right? But yeah, no, it's definitely not a bad idea.
Okay. So do you want me to do it or not?
Sure, you can try to disguise me.
Okay.
You can note down saying the king is disguised. I won't have you roll it, however, until we get to the moment.
That sounds
Excellent.
perfect to me.
Gonna roll a 1. But it's like, don't worry, I'm disguised. Oh, damn it.
Well, I am proficient in it.
Yeah.
So
Oh, I trust your proficiency.
Okay.
means I can use my sonic stuff on it. Give you like, I don't know, visual static.
Oh,
I'm sorry, your eyesight is being interfered with. Bad weather right now.
Yeah, bad weather, bad reception.
oh, great, thanks.
Uh, no, it's more like thought suggestion. Like maybe your eye isn't glowy. Maybe it's just a normal looking eye.
Maybe.
But that's only if I fail though. So we'll see.
You move quickly and swiftly. The border road is relatively quiet, and you don't really pass too many individuals on your way. And most of them seem like farmers and such. It's not too bad. The weather is also fairly favourable, despite how cold the night was. The weather this morning, while still cold, has at least cleared up to not be a blazing, battering hail and freezing wind. Slight improvement. Meaning the group makes their way down the border, and up ahead, you see it. You can see the river as you kind of come atop the hill. A fast and heavy river flowing down from the mountainside. Up ahead, though, it kind of splits slightly in two, where an island juts out of the center of the river with an old rickety bridge going across it in two parts. A heavy bit of forest kind of flanks the entire area here. And with it, you can see there is currently a wagon currently crossing the bridge. Down below. But it seems like a fairly calm area for the moment, though, as your intel says, apparently there are some rather unfriendly creatures somewhere around here. And 1 second. Zed, you already know
Yes.
that you can already see at kind of the very edge of the forest, closest to the bridge area, you can already see what appears to be movement among the trees, even from your distance here.
I will inform this to the others.
Right. Well, Ammanas at least will prepare himself for battle, although we are here ostensibly as ambassadors of peace, so he won't draw his weapon at this point, thinking that might put a bad first impression to these creatures that we are supposedly gonna try to talk to.
Is the king rather uncertain about the idea of talking to giant wolves?
Yes, I would say that he has some doubts that this will end well, but nevertheless, Zed is a mysterious druid of fantastical powers. Who knows what he can do with these creatures?
Yeah, I mean, Vicus has certainly seen their powers at work, but doesn't mean he's any less uneasy.
I guess it's better haste before the Gary get attacked. If it's look like gonna get attacked, like I. Yeah. How far are we out of the situation?
Currently, a couple 100 feet away, maybe a bit further. But you can approach. But you have time before. The caravan is only part way across the bridge at the moment, so you've got time. It's unlikely the wolves are going to charge all the way across the bridge.
Yeah, I guess I will cast upon myself the speak with animal spell, since it can last for 10 minutes. As he takes his small totem that he has in around and mumbles the spiritual words of "Spirits of animal, lend me your hidden voice to echo your thoughts." As I cast speak with animal for myself, because it's only self.
The magic fills you as your mind awakens to the natural world around you, and find the chirping of birds and the chirp of crickets becomes, instead of just noise, becomes meaning.
As he does this, Vicus realizes that might be a good idea if Zed can quickly communicate actually what he's talking about. So he will basically make another link with him and the king with his whispers ability. Let me just quickly see how long. 4 hours. Okay.
All right.
Communication has been received.
Established. Yeah.
Yes. I guess then Zed just walks towards the wolves, like non-literally, and saying like he wants to speak with them.
So Zed's just gonna confidently march down to the woodland entrance.
Yeah, he's gonna say like the.
How far away are we from this entrance? Because I don't like the idea of leaving you like 500 feet away from the rest of the group in case these wolves get some ideas.
I mean, the wood from your starting kind of vantage, it's a few 100 feet away, but you can approach if you wish.
We will approach behind then, I think, just to, just in case, and show
Okay.
also the wolves that Zed is not like an easy meal if they think he is.
How close are you wanting to keep?
What like what is like a non-threatening and also reasonable distance in case of threat? I don't know, like
30 to 60 feet, most likely.
yeah, like
Like
60
60
feet.
feet.
Yeah.
I'm noting the convenient range for many spells.
Also, I can double move and be in range.
And I can double move back to get into
That's
line.
right.
You move quickly to intercept before the caravan crosses the bridge. As you start getting closer, you can definitely make out the stalking figures of the direwolves, not hiding from you, though that's because they weren't entirely where you were there to begin with, and more preparing to pounce upon the poorer travellers. Though it doesn't take long before one of the direwolves quickly kind of inhales, and its head sharply turns in your group's direction. Almost in unison, howls can begin to heard throughout the woods. Many, many smaller wolves, by the sounds of it, all howling, almost crying alarm at there being more here. More of these two-legged creatures.
Two-legged?
That's from the wolf's perspective. You're two-legged.
Oh, I thought the wolves were two-legged.
Werewolf, kill it immediately.
But my lord, we don't have silver weapons.
Damn it!
You have your eye.
I just I look at them with my silvery gaze.
The dire wolf and several of the smaller wolves all begin to, however, start stalking closer to your group. Large, almost magnificent beast with this almost glossy black fur and this it's almost like a pattern of white fur down its chest. It looks rather menacingly at all of you as it starts to gauge the hunt.
Seth will speak up, so that the wolf can actually understand if they are close enough. Fair hunter of this of this forest, the leader of the pack, I assume. We come bearing no harm at the moment. We only wish to negotiate you for a peaceful resolution on both sides.
Why would we invest? Why would we want to negotiate?
To grow your pack in protection, for example.
Is that a threat?
No, it is an example. There are other reasons why you would want a different hunting location. You might wanna, I don't know, hunt better meat than a lonely peasant with a wagon. You might wanna something that wolves want. I'm not really versed with, the desires of wolves at the moment.
Narrow their eyes at you. A piercing gaze.
Zed is not looking like threatened at all. Like, he's genuinely trying to find a peaceful resolution.
Well, stand out of our way. My cubs need their food.
That is true. But you can get the food easier.
Easier than it being delivered to us over your bridge.
Possibly. I mean, it could be still be provided to you. Or changed.
As the wagon draws closer, kind of the direwolf's head kind of shoots over, staring at the bridge back to you.
Does Zed like communicate anything of this like through the telepathic bond?
He's trying to keep the Vickers up to date.
Yeah, he'll inform you then as he's getting it.
Well,
But
I
he's
mean,
not a very bad speaker. He's not
you
the
will
best.
you will see Ammanas's face harden as he gets some of this information, and he will telepathically, or even like speak normally towards Zed and say, "You can inform the wolves that there are indeed easier prey somewhere else, away from human lands. If they lay one paw on this caravan, we will kill every single one of them."
Seth looks for the moment of the king and then realize the message that it was spoken.
Relays that message to the direwolf.
Can I do like an intimidate check or something?
Do your
How
like
to say,
flash
this
your
definitely
aura or
sounds-
something.
This definitely sounds like you're trying to intimidate the direwolf.
Yes,
Mm.
I am the rightful lord of these lands, and
The direwolf somewhat disagrees with you on that matter, but maybe you can change its mind.
you know, let's see if I can. Mm-hmm. See, I have a what is intimidation? That's charisma. That's pretty good.
Is
Intimidation.
Ammanas making his weapon clear?
Oh yeah, oh yeah. He has his death eye, locked on the wolf. He is starting to reach for his weapon. Yeah, that's a 19. That's the full force and just majesty of the true king of these lands flow from him. Probably being more menacing than his companions has ever seen in the last 10 years or so, or ever.
It's a spooky thing almost, as kind of Zed relays this, and Ammanas kind of draws out his weapon. All the wolves, at least all the small ones, all freezing up as they see the glint of the silver. Well, or the glint of the steel, I should say.
Mm-hmm.
So the larger wolf pauses and stares at you. Almost kind of fixed into a staring contest, as it just can't, as it's trying to decide, does it think it can take you or not? But you definitely look like you've shaken its resolve.
Mm-hmm. I know. Amanas is ready to go. This is, as far as he's concerned, this is what he needs to do to prove himself worthy of being a king again. And he is not in the mood to back down to some mangy mutt in the forest.
This kind of this brief moment of standoff. Then is that doing any more in this kind of moment when everything kind of goes quiet? There's just staring between the wolf and Ammanas.
No, I think the situation should speak with itself, though. He is certainly better off as a messenger between the two parties. But he's still trying to find the peaceful solution to it.
Besides, Amanas will say, if you want to grow your pack stronger, you really don't want to go for the easy food that gets delivered, right? You want to hunt. You want to. He sort of looks around, trying to, feel the rush of the hunt, the excitement of running in the forest, and all of that nature stuff. If it constantly gets delivered to you, I mean, you would grow fat and indolent, and then what sort of pack leader would you be? He shrugs. I mean, one of the younger ones would surely kill you. So go hunt. Go hunt the deer. Go hunt the other forest critters. Do what you are meant to do in the natural order, and leave our lands and leave our caravans alone. Or else I will make sure that you will never hunt again.
At this point, Ammanas realizes there's not just one dire wolf. You can see the other one just in the background, its eyes glistening through the forest, also staring at him. Why don't you try to persuade the dire wolves?
I could try.
Nice.
Don't know if I can redo that 19 though. It
You've
was
told them
Fingers
what
crossed.
you've told them what you want them to do.
oh.
Oh, wait, what?
Not the token selected.
Oh.
You put him up the universe. Blank check.
Blank check.
Write any number on it.
11. Roll a 6.
Can I also aid on that with like animal handling?
Not with animal handling.
Yeah.
How does it aid?
I mean, it's communication between a human and animal who lives in the wild. Like both are threatened by them each other, but like he wants to make it like they both understand each other's sides and make it understandable for both of them, and trying to actually be peaceful. And like he will also help the wolves in the end, if like he will, not the king.
Okay. You can give me animal handling.
Yeah, 23.
While the king's words may not have done much to join a friendship, to be sure, or even cooperation, Zed is, if nothing else, a mediator between the two worlds, and it does appear he managed to make the king's words a bit more suitable for the wolves. There are growls and there are roar. No. There are growls and like angry barks. The wolves angrily looking back and forth as you can hear the dire wolves kind of growl and almost try to show up the hostility again towards you, but you can tell they're hoping they can scare you all off. But quickly they realize that you're not going to back down without a fight. Oh. Whoever disconnected, are you okay?
Yeah, it was me. It's like a...
Okay. It's kind of this long, quiet moment again before suddenly you just see the dire wolf and its partner in the background both turn around and both just start wandering deeper into the forest. Seemingly the entire pack staring at all of you and then running away.
All right.
Vickers just kind of relaxes his entire body. He was like coiled up like a snake, ready to go.
Ammanas follows the retreating wolves into the forest. Just, making sure that they leave and don't try to cycle around to backstab them.
You press them with your engagement, moving closer and closer as you keep scaring off the young ones.
Yeah.
It does appear that the dire wolves have deemed you all to be too much trouble for their worth.
There you go.
All right.
Slightly more intelligent than the average wolf, and enough so to realize that you're not worth it.
We huffed and we puffed and we blew them away.
The big bad
If nothing-
king.
Yeah. If nothing else, a partial solution.
It's no alliance, but it's certainly going to open the road back up to traders not getting mauled all the time.
It
The
is
solution
good
has
you
been
are here,
found.
my king. You are a very good speaker.
Yeah, he grins and says, "Well, if I can't stand up to a mangy wolf, then I wouldn't be much of a challenge to our real enemies, now would I?" He smiles slightly. "I will not be bullied by animals on my own lands. But I am happy that they saw reason and have decided to lope off somewhere else."
Its crossing of the bridge, you see the covered wagon reach this side. Having actually a surprising number of guards as it comes close now, as you notice, armed with crossbows, seemingly looking for trouble.
Mm-hmm.
But remarkably, nothing coming down to attack them.
And we paid those guards for nothing.
Exactly. Well, the difficult one would be to take credit for this, right? We don't really have any wolf heads to mount on spikes or anything along the road.
I mean, we can just use the authority of druids.
I'm sorry, what?
We can just use the authority of druids.
Sure.
But like, we might not want yet to have any credit for this if we want to keep in the shadows.
Exactly. That's the
Sure,
thing,
yeah.
right? So we don't really want to like storm the bridge. Was like,
No,
yes,
but we can be like, oh, by the way, the reason why that's open is because we did it.
you're welcome, by the way.
You're welcome.
What reason?
What pettiness.
Yeah, what pettiness, and also what reason would ever the caravan have to believe us? To be like, what? Are you drunk? Like, oh,
I mean, we have 2 haughty elves with us, so
true.
elves.
Yeah.
Vickers just looks at his king like,
King nods. Yes, elves. Yeah, he knows. He knows about elves.
this is why I talk to dwarves.
Some of his best friends are elves.
Oh my
You
gosh.
definitely notice as the caravan starts to move away from you all. A couple of the guards give a weird kind of look, like, "What the hell is that group doing out there?" Though they quickly don't pay you any mind.
Awesome. Attack them immediately. Seize the supplies.
Stop.
We can blame the wolves.
It does a heavily laden caravan.
At once, Your Grace! Fireball!
There was the king drinking again this morning. What the fuck?
Oh yeah. Zed can like summon animal companion, summon a wolf, and have it attack them, and then we can kill them off and blame the wolves. It'd be perfect. Yes.
If we kill them all off, why we need to tell about it?
No, we want all the supplies, right?
Now that the road is open, let's commandeer the river, shall we?
Yes, let's commandeer the river.
We have a mine to get to. Speaking
Yes.
of, we need a way to actually traverse it.
There's a few choices there. You could of course try to make yourselves a raft. You could just go on foot, walk up the river bank all the way up.
There's that small village that's a little bit.
There is Hein, who's been
west.
hiding for a while, which does have some fishermen boats in it.
I feel like well, we don't have much money, do we? I guess we have to. How difficult would it be to make one? I guess is the question. Or how? I guess the more important question is how long would it take?
A good question. There's plenty of wood and lumber around, but none of you are to my understanding, particularly skilled in the ability to make boats.
No. Don't have any.
It may be worth more of your time to simply trek the way, given Lady Eliza's familiarity with the terrain, than it would be to build your boat.
Yeah, I think that might be the better option.
I say we just walk.
Yeah,
Yeah, let's walk.
let's huff it. At least it'll be easier to walk along the river, terrain-wise, and at least then we have the option to go like into the forest if we need to.
Okay.
I use my remaining animal. Speak with animals, but to speak with the squirrels to see how much they are plotting again.
Plotting
Because they
squirrels.
always are plotting.
Of course, the squirrels are always plotting. It's a big issue.
Yes. What's the local rumor with the squirrels?
Badgers make great guards, but squirrels make great spies.
That's true.
I recommend one for Vickers. This one is a very sneaky one.
Yes.
The group is going to try and move their way up the river, keeping at a normal pace again, I assume.
Yes, I think so.
Please, can someone give me a survival check as you move
Sure.
off the beaten trail here? Though finding a way is easy given you're following the river, but not necessarily avoiding the problems.
Also, before I do, does this matter at all?
What's that?
My feature as a wood elf, mask of the wild.
Allows you to hide better, right? Yes.
Not better, just
Attempt to.
being
Yeah.
able to attempt it in like lighter conditions.
Against the riverbank itself, there's very little way to hide. It's quite
Yeah, just checking.
it's quite exposed. Those, if you're all running away, you'll be able to hide the soonest.
24.
Zed is no stranger, of course, to moving through the wilds. Quick and fast. As you head northbound up the river is, well, icy cold. You occasionally see the odd carp moving through it. And beyond that, you see even occasionally just small bits of ice that have fallen off the mountains above come down. But one thing that you find very interesting, some of you might have noticed it when you're in Hine Hall, but you never notice it more as you go further up the river. The further up the river you go, the more the water starts changing colour.
Oh.
Changing from being a simple, well, clear water, to slowly gaining this kind of darker colour to it, almost eventually turning black. Though it still remains watery, it doesn't become sludge or similar, just the colour seems to start changing. Lady Eliza informing you that this has been the case for a long time, something to do with the minerals in the mines up ahead leaking into the water. Well, it doesn't take you too long, especially with Zed's guidance and your movement. As you're able to make your way a decent distance, it's been a few hours though at this point of trekking up the riverside and moving across. As the cold has been battering down on you on the road. So Zed is doing like navigation. Who is generally at the back of your group? Who's taking up the rear?
I think Vicus would be looking out for stuff at the back. Yeah.
Give me a perception.
Sure. Ba, ba, ba. $17.
Because you realise that you are not entirely alone here.
Ah. Well.
And you are able to alert the group to something that's been following behind.
Yes.
As it stands, there is an ambush on the riverside.
Riverside. Oh my god.
Presumably the group wants to get to somewhere less exposed, though, from arrow fire.
Yes.
I imagine the group will quickly duck into the woods then.
Yes, that would be the likely. Like Vicus would basically like. First of all, tell him to stop, and then after like I guess a second, just perceiving, he'd usher them into the forest. How many could he wager at the like roughly? Can he sense?
You're not sure, but it's not a large group following you. It's a fairly small one.
Right.
But it's... And you're not but they're definitely not normal people who are following you.
Into the forest we go then.
Okay.
Do we need a pass without trace?
I think they've already spotted us, correct?
They
Dark?
have
Like,
spotted you and they were actively following. You could try to shoot them, or you could try to confront them once you're in the safety of the forest, where you can't just get shot at.
sure.
I think confronting them is fair enough.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Let's do that then.
You'll try to lead them to a bit of a clearing in the forest where you can fight them without them having any advantage.
Yes.
Okay.
Open
Still
space.
high enough that I will just let that happen without any special skills needed.
All right.
We have time to cast any spells or anything before?
Yeah, you have enough because you've not been caught in because Vickers managed to spot the ambush before it occurred. You'll have time that you can at least cast a spell to pre-prepare yourself if you wish.
In that case, as as leading up to this, Ammanas will mumble, oath and celestial words to himself as he will cast Shield of Faith.
On himself or
Yes, on himself.
okay. Concentration.
Hmm.
You have a thing for that, don't you, Dari?
There is a concentration button that just applies a little state to your token for remind. It's nothing special, but
Good
I
to keep
have
track.
toggled concentration.
It's good for, especially now if he's taking damage.
Yep. Me damage nonsense.
and let's see, Lady Eliza is also with you, which is fine. And let's see, I need to grab token. This is why I made the watchtower map, because all the tokens are already in one place.
Yeah.
Just there. Imagine Ammanas and Vickers are going to be up front.
Yep.
Probably Zed, because he's more the melee person, you're more versatile.
I can be like,
In between.
yeah.
Yeah.
But you have managed to take up a bit of a strategic position. Hopefully making this a far more easy fight for you.
Love easy fights. Mm-mm-mm.
Nice. Just reply that because it's a different token. All right. Oh dear. It's not normal to see you guys today.
Oh.
As what you see emerging out of the forest from your strategic positions appears to be a group of gnolls covered in a combination of bone and leather armor. At the far back, you can see at least one of the gnolls, which seems to be wielding some kind of stave made out of something's spinal cord.
Ugh.
Well, yeah, I think we no negotiating with these critters. That's for damn sure.
I mean, if they don't speak orc, I don't think I can.
No.
What do they speak? Gnoll? Is that a language?
No, in fact, its own language. Yes.
Oh, good.
What's their like body language here? Are they aggressive? Like, are they looking for a fight here, or are they looking to just intercept us?
They look fairly aggressive.
All right, then we'll be aggressive back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Case, feel free to roll yourself an initiative.
All right, let's
Get
do
'em,
it.
boys.
Is this ridgeline like an elevated point?
Yes, you have a slight elevation there,
Oh, beautiful.
because thankfully, he rolled high enough that he was able to kind of navigate you here quickly.
I
Yes.
wasn't added to the initiative tracker for some reason. I rolled a 4.
Oh, it could be that like it coincided with another roll at the same time, and it could only add one to the initiative.
Yeah,
I manually added you.
with a glorious
Good.
4.
Yep.
Is everyone else on
Boy.
that?
Yeah, looks like it.
Okay, let me just add Lady Eliza.
Hey.
Okay. So you want to murder them, they want to murder you. It's pretty, depressing situation all around.
Yeah, I mean, killer being killed in this situation.
Gnolls, however, will get to work. Let me just double check how this works. Okay. Well, this gnoll is going to move up to here, and seeing that you're all prepared, is going to go ahead and chuck a javelin at you.
Ah,
It is honestly not much more than a sharpened tree branch with like a stone head, but
yeah.
it will chuck it at sure, Vickers.
All right, that's a miss. Oof, just passed him. Whistled.
The next gnoll here kind of moves up. This one is wielding seemingly a bow. A rickety bow, which is going to fire at our great king.
Huh. Miss.
All right. I'm just gonna quickly double check my range of my blades. 60 feet. Jesus. Okay. Well. How's the light level here during the day? Right.
It's a day right now. It's good light all around.
Perfect. Okay. Well, from where he is now, he can actually fire some blades. Yeah. From his position, he's gonna throw a blade at Savage Gnoll 2 here. Let's see. For 12.
With
Alright, then he'll quickly palm his other hand and generate another blade and throw it in his bonus action. 16. Alright. 5 psychic damage.
It winces and then tries to like scratch its face looking for the wound.
Yeah.
Can't find.
These trees here, do they give cover for ranged?
They can.
All right, he'll position himself here, I suppose. That'll be his turn.
Lady Eliza. Well, I mean, she sees a shooting gallery.
Indeed.
She's going to shoot at the Savage Gnoll one who was themselves shooting a bow. And she scores a rather devastating hit as an arrow kind of just strikes straight into the shoulder of the Gnoll, kind of sending it back a few steps.
To the abyss with thee.
See, this Savage Gnoll is going to move to here and is going to take a retaliating shot back on Eliza. And miss.
That's way too good opportunity. I shall move first, like here, and then I shall throw a ice knife at the Gnoll 1, and Seth will speak the words. Let me click the spell first. As he will speak the sentence of Pixies of the Winter God, heed my agony and borrow me your knives of gold. And he chucks this ice cold knife towards the Savage Gnoll. Doesn't hit, most likely 9.
No, the Gnoll manages to like duck for cover.
All creatures 5 feet around him has to make a dexterity save of 13. If they fail, they take 7 points of cold damage.
Cold damage.
It's also him too. Does that dex save?
Him too. Otherwise, succeeds is a half.
Rude.
That's my turn.
Oh, that wasn't very nice of you. Speaking in a really kind of guttural language, just growls and almost like sounds like the coughing hack, or like a cat with a furball. The Gnoll seems to put together some kind of incantation.
Gnoll sorcery is the worst.
Decreeing the incantation upon Zed. As
Sure.
Zed, you are now. Speaking of which, concentration. Until the spell ends, you have disadvantage on strength ability checks.
Sure, okay. There's no save for it?
Nope, there's no save.
Okay.
And he's then going to proceed to use his attack spell on you.
Damn it.
Ouch.
Yeah, that hits.
As you're affected by the Hex spell. Now an Eldritch Blast to the face. As it kind of laughs out. Well, you think it's laughing. It's hard to tell through the hacking cough of furball. It's then going to move up to here. Ceres?
Very much debating what to do. Do the majority of them have ranged weapons?
I mean, a lot of them seem to have spears that can either be thrown or like rickety bows. Not all of them have them out though.
Okay. I suppose half of them haven't even moved yet, have they?
No.
All right.
Can you get to the caster in the back, perhaps? Because I certainly can't. Like, I need to wade through a lot to get to him.
Just
Or
one
if you
sec.
can hit.
I can probably hit them, yeah. Yeah, Ceres will she? Can she see down to that cluster of them down there?
You can see down there, yeah.
Yeah, okay. That's fine then. Caster's a bit harder to hit.
He is hiding.
That's less of a worry.
I can go for him.
They're just slightly... I can try and hit 4 of them with a shatter, basically.
Yeah, that's a
good.
good idea. If you can like somewhat like clear this or damage this area, that works for me.
Yeah, alright. Then Ceres will cast Shatter,
Tell me more.
which is 60 foot from me, which is plenty to that center. And then it is a 10-foot radius, as that is. They must make a con save, or half, or take only 11 damage, but it's 11 damage.
11 damage is good.
2 of them succeed, I guess.
Succeed, and it's those that fail take. No,
So it's
3 of them.
save for
Yeah,
half.
2 of them success.
so no 1 and no
7.
take how much?
5. 5 or 6. If you're rolling up, then yeah. And then the rest take 11.
Nice.
As the thunderclap bursts out and Gnoll 1, already struck him with a bit of ice and an arrow, suddenly just collapses to the ground. Many of the others now holding their heads and trying to block their ears from the sound burst.
I think that is it. Because I think that is still an action. Yeah. Okay, that's it.
This Gnoll moves quickly up to here, almost looking like it's starting to frenzy a little bit. Though it doesn't get to attack yet. This Gnoll is going to dash this way.
Ah, darn it.
Ammanas.
Aha. Well, let's see here. Plot this out a bit. 2, 3, 6. Okay. Excellent. Well. No, not excellent. Well, he will try to slash at the savage Gnoll in front of him, trying to protect Zed here. We'll do that with the great sword. Oh yeah, 14.
Bring down your great sword, but the savage Gnoll manages to deflect it to the side with a swift hit of its spear.
All right. Well, in that case, he will move around it like this, just to try to be as much in the way as he possibly can. Yeah, that is it.
Oh, as a question, did we get Lady Eliza's like speech, resin speech thing, or is that only on a short rest?
After you've had your short rest for the day.
Gotcha.
The savage gnoll will move in here, seeing you've kind of stepped forward and agreeing to your challenge by trying to thrust a spear straight through you.
Yep.
This is flanking.
Yes, it is. That is a miss. Bounces off my armor.
It goes clank, and he kind of looks at his stone spear that now has the end of it chipped.
Yep. Sucks to be you, stupid Gnoll.
Oh crap.
As he tries to
Yeah,
stab Vicus.
that's definitely a hit. Almost a crit. Thankfully not. But he'll take that damage then.
Its breath as it kind of stabs into it's almost miasmic as the kind of stink and just disgust of almost what was it eating? Like just rotten meat.
Ugh.
Defend yourself.
There's a lot around me. Well, I think as a bonus action, he will disengage. This is cunning action, and he will not melee with these gnolls here. He will step here and attack the gnoll. His allies nearby now, so potentially sneak attack if he hits. 13.
The gnoll manages to get out of the way of your strike.
Darn it. Oh well. Well, I still have disengage running, but I don't think I can physically get anywhere. Well, I can actually run through you, can I? Hold on.
Nice.
20. Can I like go diagonally like this, or how would that work? Let's see here. I did 15. Okay, so I think if I walk through Ammanas, I can just make it here with disengage. So I will do that. That'll be him.
Lady Eliza is going to try and pot shot out that gnoll that's injured at the back there. Sadly, her arrow does not strike true, going into the bushes. This gnoll rushes forward with a frenzy.
Yeah, that
Flanking?
just hits. Yeah. Flanking is advantage, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, then that just hits. It'll take 7.
As it drives a spear into the now exposed Vicus's flesh.
Ow.
Yep.
Guess I would need to heal. Mm. Either I heal or I attack the null 4. What was that? Yeah, I shall. See. Move here and cast a 1 level cure wounds on myself. Yes. 5. That's so useful. That is all for me.
That was all from you, was it?
Yeah, that's all for me for now.
Okay. So next up is the shaman. The shaman is going to kind of dart out this way and is going to take another pot shot at Zed.
Hits the shield.
This kind of dark energy kind of sticks to it, lingering. As Sarah sees another stone kind of crumble out of its hands.
Cross. Kill
Okay.
it.
Sorry?
We need those mana crystals. Kill it.
Exactly.
It's using them.
Yeah, we do, for sure. No, instead, Cirrus is actually going to do something completely different. She's going to try and lock down this whole thing a little bit more.
That's exciting.
So instead of actually pulling out a mana crystal, she pulls within herself her own innate font of magic.
No.
And using 2 of her sorcery points, she will cast Darkness. Let me get rid of that other one actually first. Okay. She will cast Darkness like so.
Oh.
However, as I am casting Darkness using 2 sorcery points, Ceres can see through the unnatural darkness as if it was not there.
Sarah looks into the void. It is pretty.
So it acts like darkness as per usual, except she doesn't care about it. But she is concentrating now.
How does this look for the rest of everyone else?
So instead of the usual, you pluck out a mana crystal, do your thing, and then do the verbal, somatic, and material stuff for the spell, she just does the verbal and movement part of her spell with no crystal in her hand, but the shadows conform to her wills and they pour out from a quick bolt into a large cloud of unnatural darkness that no one can see through. Probably the first time I've seen her use it, in fact. And she'll make her way over here.
Yeah, a bit surprising. Because it's okay, let's work with it.
There's no burn, there's nothing. This isn't a spell slot being used, so it's just the innate power in her blood that is being used.
Now, stab it, Vicus!
Did you say blood?
Blood, man!
Hmm.
Oh, I got credit.
Of course.
I'm down for sure. Wait,
Okay,
is
it's
9
9,
now?
fine.
9. No, I was thinking I was adding them together. Never mind.
Yeah, sorry. Critical damage is already adding in the original.
Gotcha. Huh.
Position myself correctly here.
I mean, he can go past me if he wants to. Who's gonna attack him?
We'll come up here and stab you in the face, Zed.
Jesus fucking god!
Yeah. That's how it goes.
Hey, you protected the sorcerer.
I
Oof.
did.
Yeah.
Don't worry, you're tanking.
We're tanking alright.
As suddenly around the king, just a wall of darkness rises, and he also sees the blood of his allies spilling.
Well, gosh darn. So are they completely blinded inside the darkness?
Yes.
And so are you.
I mean, he's not in the darkness, though.
No, but if he goes in there, he will be.
Yes, completely.
That's
'Cause,
good
dark
and
vision
bad.
doesn't work.
Because they have to see me to be scared of me with the angel aspect.
Mhm.
But all right, well, Ammanas, I guess we just have to try to kill him. We haven't really killed much. He'll try to slay Savage Gnoll 5. Is next to him here. Well, no, that's a miss. Can't hit
Oh,
if I keep
dear.
rolling sixes.
Yeah.
I only have one attack, so it's kind of slow
Gnoll
here.
screeches out, scratching at the air around him before realizing it's not. Trying to figure out what's happened.
Hmm.
Where's all this come from? Hmm. Well, the Savage Gnoll will try to escape its shadowy hill. Let's see. It's just darkness, so it's not stopping it from doing anything else, Sue. Ah. Squishy. It tries to stab the king.
That is a hit. Take 5 damage.
It holds up its spear in victory as if showing that your metal armor is no match for it.
Not for
Yeah.
the 19, it's not. Even with spells, I can't do that. Well, let's see if I keep my concentration.
Just show if faith grant you.
Gives
I
a
do.
+2 to AC.
Okay.
I keep my concentration.
Knowles would rather you didn't, but
You know, can't all be get what we want.
It's fine. They're gonna stab me instead. Doing well with that.
they miss Zed.
Good.
They charge up towards him.
All right. Well, it's in a bit of a blunder here. The only way out is to fight out, really. So he's gonna do that.
When you're stuck in the blender, be the blender.
Yeah. Hopefully. Let's see. Is there a way I can get flank here? Not really. I'd lose an attack. All right. Savage Null 5. He will strike at that. For 21.
Yeah.
9 psychic.
9 seconds. Okay.
Yeah. And he has the king here, so he will sneak attack. Additional 3. Perfect. he will move over here, and then his bonus action will be on Savage 4. That's a miss. All right.
Leave it.
Well, he's done his best. That's his turn.
The Gnoll Shaman stepped out of cover. There is darkness kind of blocking its view from the rest of the party now. Does she prioritize the Gnoll Shaman, or does she go after you to help you guys? You guys looking pretty injured.
Doing too hot at the moment.
She will try to execute Savage Gnoll number 4 before it kills Vicus. Stepping up to the edge and shooting down.
Go, Eliza. That's,
Nice.
The arrow coming down, just kind of crunching through its skull.
yeah, she's pulling her weight. She's great.
Look, she knows her way around a bow, that's for sure.
Yeah, no, I mean, fucking ranger lady saving us.
That's great.
Simply second level cure wounds on myself. Because I want that resentment of pain away from me. Please, spirits, please.
That's the casting incantation. Ow, ow, ow.
Apparently the spirits don't give a fuck.
No, the spirits are stingy. What the fuck? Silly
Did
spirits.
Dad forget to leave out an offering or something?
That maybe they were pissed that I was rude to the wolves.
These are different spirits. They are the Spain spirits, so you know.
Oh, the pain spirits, eh?
Yes.
That sounds like a bad spirit. I would like the pain spirit.
The Gnoll Shaman is forced to move closer because of the darkness spell.
What's your speciality? Pain. Oh, well,
You know, they are part of the Wind and Court.
Zed is secretly a Cenobite from Hellraiser.
No.
It's just spikes everywhere. Oh my god.
Let me see. How does that work? No, you can't just move who's your hex. Well, definitely can't really see Zed properly with all that darkness. It's not really a good shot there. Can kind of see Valky though. Or Eliza. How far away is Eliza? 35. Too far away for that trick, but Vicus can be hit with a trick. Hey Vicus.
Yeah.
Noel's got a present for you.
Oh no. Is it death? I feel it's death.
There is a chance of death.
Let's see it.
It probably won't kill you.
Oh, that's a miss.
As suddenly setting another tiny fragment of crystal ablaze, suddenly just a whip of thorns and bone shoot out and try to grab at you.
Oh wow, how rude.
Finally.
Well, you definitely prevented the Gnoll Shaman from just trying to blast his head again.
I sure did. So this is going to be fun. Ceres is going to walk up here. And then she's going to use her phase step as a bonus action.
Elf go poof.
To come into the darkness that she can perfectly see through. And then she is going to cast a first level spell at the shaman, Witch Bolt. Max damage 17.
Max damage?
Yep.
Are you meta-magic in that, or is it?
No, as in I rolled max damage.
Okay.
So 17 to hit. On
It's
a Witch
definitely
Bolt.
hit.
Alright, takes 12 lightning damage. Actually,
Ooh.
I realised that is a concentration.
Oh,
Ah,
On which bolt?
yeah, because you can activate it
Yeah.
again to do automatic damage.
Yep, I forgot about that.
It's okay. Most of them are out of the darkness anyway.
Yeah, they are.
and suddenly you appear out of the darkness like a magic trick.
Yeah, that's fine. That's perfectly fine by me. That's my turn. Move bonus action. Yep.
Should the Gnoll make a concentration check?
Does need to, yes.
Mm-hmm.
That's. I don't
Yeah.
remember what the DC is. That's not a success, so I'm imagining.
DC 10 or half the damage that he took. Which
Yeah.
one is the...
Greater.
Haha.
Greater.
As Zed is now freed from the hex.
Well, good.
Now it can't just nuke you. It's sad.
Nuke the other Haunty Elf. Not me.
It might choose to do so now. Hello, Savage Gnoll. Really, I've just been forgetting some of the Gnoll's abilities. I could have used this combat. Oops. Oh well. Stab.
No. Shield.
Mm,
Yeah, I've forgotten a bunch of Gnoll's abilities. Oops. Oh well. Fine. These Gnolls just weren't trying hard enough.
Well, Amnas will look over, see that Vicus is on death's bed, but then again, he has been there before and he's kind of scarred, so he'll probably pull through. Instead, he'll move down here and be like, "Fight me, you foul beasts!" And then he will chop down at Savage Gnoll 2 to try to draw his attention away from poor Zed here. With advantage. Yeah, no.
That's rough, man.
Yeah, I'm just rolling lower and lower every time. But maybe him being so loud maybe draws some attention. One can hope. Yeah, that's me.
So yes. So you missed.
Yep.
Sorry, I just stepped away for a quick second there, but you missed. That's fine. Okay, Mr. Gnoll. I mean, fabulous conga line.
Ah,
Yeah, certainly hit.
So not for that much damage. Thankfully. Concentrate.
Yes.
nice. Well done.
I mean, the guy behind me has a big sword, but he doesn't look like he knows how to use it.
And it's been a lot of grandstanding, probably.
The Gnoll is going to stab at the elf.
No. That's not hate.
Ooh.
Yeah,
I mean, look, that guy has no idea how to use his weapon.
Oh, sure. I'll attack. Well, that's a crit.
Oh, it is flanking, so
It
yeah.
Yeah,
is.
it would be
Yeah,
flanking.
that's crit, yeah.
Um,
Ouch.
16 damage.
Nice.
Yeah,
Okay, he does know how to use that weapon.
it's not.
Well, you least expect it.
Well, it was a pretty
Uh,
shitty crit roll, though. Like 8 damage on a crit. Ugh.
Let's see. Damage dice 1 was 8. Damage dice 2 came out as a 5.
Well, it's like 4d6, right? Rolling for it.
Yeah.
So.
The point is, your first 2d6 was 8. The second one was 5.
Boo. Oh well.
guess the question is, should I go for the shaman or should I help you guys?
I think the shaman dying is
got-
pretty nice. Although if
I think I've
just-
probably got the shaman.
I'll then get some backstabbing in on these guys.
He just got a turn before you, though. I'm afraid he's gonna just shoot me dead.
I mean, Lady Eliza does have a turn in between. You can always ask her to shoot.
Oh, true. Yeah.
I mean, you can try.
If you're next to me, I can heal you.
All right, then I know what I need to do then. He will. Let's see here. Can I? Is this spot available to be walked into?
No.
No. Okay. Well then, no flanking, but he'll have to try his best. All right. He'll step here. Since he can't flank, he'll fire a dagger at Gnoll 2 here.
Whoosh.
Okay. Okay. Bonus action. 21 for 7, and might as well roll sneak attack. 6 extra. So 13 total.
It takes that damage, and I'm actually going to remember to use one of its abilities this time.
All right.
It will rampage when it dies,
Oh shit.
getting to move and attack.
Oh no.
Oh, good.
It will choose to. I mean, Vickers hit it.
Yeah, I figure
Hi,
it's
Vickers.
fine. Oh, that just hits. Oh my god. Great. Well, he's down, but at least he's beside Zed.
Dagger flies into the creature, and a blood rage, it like leaps at you, bites at you, and kind of drags you to the ground. You both stop bleeding.
Yeah.
Ah, that's a problem. Save Vickers or shoot Shaman?
Shoot someone I can deal with because
Okay. You know what? Time to just deal with the Shaman once and for all. As Lady Eliza will draw magical strength into herself as a bonus action, and will channel what seemingly, as all of you see the energy gather, almost like wind seems to start enshrouding her bow. As she will take a extra powerful shot at the Gnoll Shaman. And thankfully that attack's always an advantage.
Oh, sick. That's cool. Nice.
As the wind enchanted arrow blasts straight through the Shaman.
I wish I was conscious to see it.
What's that?
I wish I was conscious to see it. That would have been cool.
Dramatically, you can imagine, her and Zed's hair are now blowing in the extra strong breeze.
Yep.
oh spirits, take away your resentment over this one too. I guess I can second to cure wounds on Vickers. Oh,
All
there
right.
we go.
Thank you.
The spirit
Congratulations, you live!
Oh,
you are prone. I'll have our.
yes. Is there a
I have made you
raise?
prone.
Ah, thank you.
But yes, it's another state mobility prone.
Yeah, I see it now. Thank you.
I shall also move there. That's my turn.
Shaman, you dead. Kind of ruined Ceres' day, but
What do you mean, ruin my day?
I mean, you're no longer concentrating. Your spell's ended.
True. It did.
Unless you're just electrifying the Gnoll's corpse for the sake of it.
Use your action though.
It would. No, okay. I mean, should probably help Zed a bit more, but is the king after all?
King or the Wood Elf?
Don't mind me. Alright, Zed. Let's save you. So Firebolt's the Savage Gnoll 3.
The firebolt strikes true, catching the Gnoll's fur aflame.
Nom 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 nom.
Ow! But this one seems to move quickly and almost with anger seems to want to attack Lady Eliza now. Though she just kind of dodges out the way.
From moves from the lady. Well,
You have a great sword?
I do. There's a gnoll here. Let's see what I can do about that. Whoosh. Nope. No, no. Rolled a 7 that time, so going up. Slowly but surely.
It's good progress.
Yes.
The
Control.
Gnoll here would also greatly like to try and continue the sparring match with you.
He has way better success than me, yeah, for sure. He hits not much damage, but he certainly hits.
You know, these well-trained gnolls and all. Because you're on the ground right now.
Let's see. Getting up is half my movement. So 5, 10. Sure. Said Eliza, I've got that covered, I believe. So he'll get up from prone. Let's see here. Oops, I didn't mean to clear bloodied. Hold on. Help the king a bit. Let's slash at the snow, shall we? 24. We'll add a sneak attack. 11. Bonus action. That's a miss. Oh well. Oh well. He'll stay here. It's all his movement.
Lady Eliza, I guess we'll have to switch to her short sword as she will stab at the savage gnoll. And unfortunately miss.
Seth will step down here to flank and try to cut down the Gnoll 3 with his scimitar. Well, that's a sad roll.
I will take neither of those 12s.
Oh god. Oh well.
There's.
You know, Eliza has that. Let's shoot Gnoll 7. 16? Yeah. That's me.
Continue attacking Lady Eliza. Whoops. He doesn't need to take 4 points of damage. Eliza, you need 4 points of damage. There we go. The king.
Yes, well, you know.
I'll be honest, the gnoll in front of you looks rather scared and rather like that last firebolt was took the wind out of him.
That's no worries though, because I can't hit anything. I don't think I've rolled over a 10 this entire combat. It's very sad. I'm done.
Apparently, you're an expert bug slayer, not an expert gnoll slayer.
No.
He's going to disengage. Move that way.
Alright, well, let's see here. Can he see the snow here up in the incline?
Yes, though it does. Though it's a bit of an awkward angle to make range attacks
Sure.
at, but you can see it.
Let me just double check here. Sneak attack. Yes. Okay. Well, it has cover, right?
Yes.
He will try and fire a blade at Gnoll 3 anyway. For 17. Okay, sneak attack. It's extra 6. Alright, then we'll
It
come
will
over
activate
here.
Rampage.
Oh yeah. Can resolve that first.
It will Rampage against Lady Eliza.
Oh shoot. That's a miss. What is remaining movement? He will go up here and use his bonus action to melee this Gnoll with another blade. 12, that's a miss. He will use his free object interaction to take out his dagger. But I'm assuming it will disengage again, but we'll see. That's his turn.
Right. Switching back to our bow, I suppose, Lady Eliza will try to finish off that Gnoll for you. And also miss. It's a very dodgy Gnoll.
Yeah.
King can't hit it, Vickers can't hit it, Eliza can't hit it.
It's cursed.
It's
Good
the
luck.
King of Gnolls.
There will one day this Gnoll will one day enter the annals of legend.
Yeah.
I shall move there and cast a Thorn Whip on the Gnoll. 60 to hit.
You hit?
And I pull 10 feet towards me.
No, you don't. Well, you can. You pull its corpse at you.
Oh, come over here! As the Thorn wraps his neck and pulls it towards me.
Alright.
As the area goes quiet.
I'm too old for this.
Are all of you okay? They were vicious.
Ceres is like dusts off a little bit of snow. And I'm like, I'm perfectly okay, I think.
Well, since you're perfectly fine, you can go check that shaman over there. Vickers kind of grunts at her.
She grimaces at that, but nods. All of these bloodied other members of her party.
Would any of you like me to try treat your wounds? I've got some basic restorative magic.
Well,
I mean, we can also take camp here.
Yeah, we could take like a short rest at least.
I'll go get some firewood.
I'll go check if there aren't any more around. I'll, like, go off looking around the area. It's like a spear stuck in his leg or something.
Ammanas will look very displeased at his sword, thinking if something wrong with it. Like it's clearly wrongly balanced, you know.
You
What
really
say
need to
about craftsmen and their tools.
Yeah.
But you
It's clearly always the tools that are wrong.
Right, yeah, clearly you just need to get it to. You clearly just need to find a good blacksmith.
Yeah, clearly.
It hasn't been maintenance in so long, that weapon.
Yeah, see?
Oh god.
Okay. Scouring the area doesn't reveal any more signs of them, at least in the immediate vicinity.
Alright.
It looks like you're not sure what this was. Maybe a raiding party that was out?
Fortunate. What luck indeed. Well,
Ceres searches the body of the Gnoll shaman, doesn't find a lot. There is a pouch of really low quality mana crystals she can grab, though. It's kind of the off scraps of stuff, but it's, hey, given you're so short right now, it's basically like another day's supply for you.
Sure. Mana crystals are mana crystals, you know.
Yeah.
Other than that, it's not carrying much unless you want a stave that's made out of something spinal cord.
I'm
That's
good.
arcane focus.
I'm good. I'm gonna just press the digitation that off of my hands and move along.
How do you even make stave out of a spinal cord like that? It requires some
glue, I presume.
Okay.
You also find what appears to be the coin pouches of a couple of presumably dead travelers.
Oh well.
Money's money. There you go,
Money.
Vickers. Have the
I will
null
add the
money.
additional. I will add the additional gold to the undivided loot.
Oh,
I imagine that she plucks it from like the knoll. She like throws the dirty bags towards Vickers, and like as she does it, she says, "There you go, Vickers," and then casts prestidigitation on herself to clean off
Wow.
like the grime.
I like to imagine your throw as like that, like you follow through with your hand, like
Yeah.
oh. He catches it.
So contemptuous of how disgusting it is.
Considering with all the blood like pouring out of him, or well, slowing to pour out of him, I don't think he minds about an extra bit of grime.
Yeah, if you want to take a short rest, you can.
Yes, please.
What do I even get? Oh, I'll get my face step back. That's nice.
Yeah.
Get that.
All right, short rest. Need to double check what my hit die are again. Keep forgetting.
I shall also
8.
use natural recovery to back to me in this short rest. So I have 1 level 1 spell and 1 level 2 spell.
And of course, Eliza's Fury is a normal trigger, so everyone gains 5 temporary hit points.
Wonderful.
Hey.
How is she doing? Like, is she doing okay?
Yeah, she's got some minor scratches, but it's nothing serious.
All right. Vickers is gonna ask her about like whatever magic she used earlier, because clearly she used magic before, and like he has an inkling that it's a similar source that his king has, but oh wait, no, he's unconscious. Actually, he can't ask her. Never mind. He doesn't know.
It's true. You don't know
I
that she
mean-
cast a spell in combat.
That
Sarah's
would be
though.
interesting. That because that seems like spirit magic
What
actually.
about me? What? What? Huh? What?
No,
Well-
for the Lady Elisa casting spirit magic.
She,
And Zed is more interested in what Sarah said.
as the group sits around a campfire, I suppose. I imagine actually Lady Eliza's probably even like bandaging Vickers' wounds during the rest, given how bad
That's
he
true.
was.
Yeah, I'm pretty banged up. I'll
Like she has some medicine skill, she'll bandage your wounds. And then kind of this question kind of comes up then.
I grew some herbal tea for the king.
Mm-hmm.
You kind of
That's great. He loves herbal tea.
Lady Eliza kind of tilts her head for a moment as you bring up her magic. It's I don't fully understand where my magic's from, but I swore an oath that I would protect this land, that I would protect my people, that I would uphold all that my father upholds. This was a while back. But with it, I've been able to enact, well, the townsfolk call them miracles, but I mean, I don't know if healing their wounds are miracles, but
Well,
the power aids me in the hunt. Power aids me to protect people.
I suppose it could be called a miracle in the eyes of the common people. In this group, though, we would just consider you, well, gifted, I suppose. It glances over to Zed, who would be probably the closest type of magic she uses.
Yeah, so is that guessing it's a connection with the spirits, he assumes.
I'm not sure. I've never been really never really listened to many of like spirity stuff before.
You don't have to. The spirit will listen to you.
The power of an oath sworn over Well, injustices perceived in one's homeland, especially of someone with a strong and pure conviction, and especially someone of noble blood, carries power. He raises his gauntleted fist. I can certainly attest to that.
And certainly, I did swear my oath, and I do not intend to break it. These are my people, and this is my land, and I will protect them to the death.
Romulus nods. He understands this very well, and he believes it is quite laudable.
Certainly takes courage to decide upon yourself to take on a power. Kind of scowls a bit as he says that, but
His horn sparking a little.
yeah, he's some respect. But for him, it was an entirely different story. He did not choose this.
I was once a man.
If any of you need any of my healing ability, I will aid it.
It is much appreciated. Kind of regards his bandage wounds like with some degree of admiration. Says, you seem to have some skill.
Oh, well, when you're out in the wilderness and hunting, knowing how to patch up your comrades is kind of important.
Yes, I'd agree.
And it's not like we got into it's not like me and my brother didn't get into our own fair share of trouble when we were younger.
Yes, well, speaking of, perhaps we should get moving again.
Of course.
I have a query before for Lady Ceres.
Yes, Seth?
Did you dream last night?
Very strange question, Zed. No, I didn't.
I might have a vision of war in my mind then.
I'm sure that in our conquest of the realm, war is likely.
That is not what bothers me. It seems to be war between the realms. Not as the kingdom realms, but the further realms. Though it might be just misread of the sides.
Sarah shrugs. There's arguments for taking dreams to heart and arguments to not.
Yeah, I think this should not be taken to heart.
She shrugs.
I was just curious. By the way, my king,
Yes.
you are provincials with matters of your religion, right?
He he considers for a second, and then he says, "I have some knowledge in it, yes, but if I am honest, I have not thought of it much over the past years. Much of what I once knew, as little as it was, since I was mostly drunk, is lost. But if you have a question, I can try."
Would you know anything about the high elven goddess known as Ranthala, the goddess of wisdom and knowledge and mysteries?
Amnas thinks, and see if he does.
He gives you also a tap of guidance.
Just to be like, hey.
Clear up some of the drunken fog.
Let me aggressively guide you towards what I want you to hear.
I have religion trained, but it is not a strong suit. 16 plus the guidance.
D4.
D4.
20.
20. Quite a lot,
Oh.
actually.
Spirit
So-
Sager.
So certainly, despite you not really listening much to your religion classes and, well, high elven deities not really being of a lot of importance, you do somehow recall a little bit about Ranfala, the high elven god of mysteries. She is a well-worshipped god to your understanding among the high elves, but she has a cloudy reputation.
Mm-hmm.
Her half-sister is the goddess of the underworld,
Mm-hmm.
and she is frequent, and while she might be the goddess of knowledge and secrets, the history of how she's used it has gone back and forth between being for good and for evil.
Mm.
Knowledge is power, and she wields that very much like a razor blade.
All right.
Traps and machinations, and even assassins sometimes fall under her domain, as well as wizards and scriptures.
All right. Well, we will relay this information. And look over to Zed and say, why do you ask?
There is a location of her. Well, there used to be a location of her in this northern area, which is now, I guess, possibilities of danger and treasure if you're brave enough. And one suspicion is that, well, I hope the Blood Witch won't go there, because I don't think we could deal with the matters in there.
Sarah will ask, where exactly is this?
It is at the Cave of Longing.
I am not familiar with this cave.
Far to
It
the
is
west.
It is far to the west. It is an old maze-like cave network for this goddess, covered by traps, ice guard, and columns to secure her mysteries and magical treasures.
That sounds like a rare and fantastical and not say supremely dangerous place.
Yes,
Cave of Longing's bio has now been updated.
Cool.
Ceres will say, I would not trust a place made by Ranthala.
Well, from what I understand it, Zed here is saying is that the place is more or less a labyrinthine death trap. Might be to protect her secrets, but might also just be to draw people in and kill them. Who can say with her? She is a fickle one. If the Blood
yes.
Elf Witch intends to go there, we are in no position to stop her at the moment.
I don't suspect so, but I do want to bring the opinion up, a possibility up.
Yes, well, it is good to have the option. The more we know of the land, the better. And knowing that the cave is there might be beneficial for us in the future, should we need it for something.
Does the
Yeah,
group want... Oh, go ahead.
that's all that set has.
So does the group want to press on?
Yeah, I think we press on.
Okay. You continue your movement then up the river. now slightly more wary for the possible chance of attacking gnolls. It takes some time. As slowly the train goes from being flat riverside to very slowly sloping more and more uphill as you transition from kind of just plain tundra up to the mountainous terrains. But that also means you're approaching, well, you're approaching Black Salt Mine. As you reach kind of the height of the road, or the height of the hill, you eventually see up ahead the actual main road up to the mine start to emerge, as you've managed to make your way to what is the bridge crossing across the Great River. The river at this point is wide and fast moving. You doubt most of you could swim in it and survive. But it makes the bridge into an interesting choke point across the mine on the other side. The old paved road is covered in snow and ice, though someone has clearly made efforts to try and clear it for caravans. Attempt, at least. And there's even a notice board on this side of the bridge, seemingly detailing a few schedules of when the next caravans are due to arrive, as well as various help wanted posters. Such as mostly looking for more miners, and apparently a cook.
Oh, I should have picked that cook feature.
There's also an interesting poster. That someone's written in just red ink. Beware of red.
Ooh, spooky.
No context around it though. I'll wait a moment before I actually continue, given Rahal stepped away.
Yep.
I'm hearing beeps. I think someone's taking notes.
Yeah.
Yes.
As always. I'm sending them in I've got my own private group in Guilded.
Oh, I know. I just don't have open in the background. So.
Oh no, I was telling Dark. Telling Valk even. Dark.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I made my own private group and I've got a notes chat just spewing info into it.
I use OneNote and then I just puke it onto Hilton after.
I am back.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Welcome back. Okay, I will continue then. Taking a moment to look at the notice board, as I said, there's not a lot else there of interest. It's mostly, as I said, looking for help wanted and that kind of thing. There's a few other minor things around, but they're fairly small. It's mostly peasant gossip. The bridge off to your left is long, ending in what appears to be a bit of a toll area for travellers. And beyond it, you can see the large makeshift work camp turned village that surrounds the entrance to Black Salt Mine. The great scaffoldings kind of clambering all over the mountainside. To your understandings, this mine produces a huge amount of iron ore. As well as what it's actually named for, a form of salt that is just pure black. Apparently not very tasty, but apparently useful for those more interested in a combination of medical and magical pursuits.
Interesting. Medical salt mine.
Though, to be honest, there's not a lot of people buying the black salt, so
Well,
Yeah.
most people are just here to buy the iron, which fair enough. But as it stands, you are free if you want to cross the bridge towards the toll.
Is there a lot of activity?
I mean, you can see some people on the bridge lined up, but it's not a lot of people. It's, a small group of people, it looks like, who have been out of the encampment for some reason or another, possibly to visit families.
Does everything look normal to Ammanas?
Hmm.
Like, are people like behaving and going about their business as they would if there was nothing wrong, or are they like, we have to keep up appearances because we will be shot immediately otherwise? Like he's naturally suspicious.
You could incite the crowd.
All right, I'll try to insight.
Guidance.
Oh, thanks.
It's like the king looks like he's thinking guidance.
Yeah,
That's my positivity.
he looks like he's frowning. He must be thinking. So
Yeah, quick, touch him, and then
I'm glad I understand what Zed's role on the council is going to be. He's going to be your walking guidance.
walking spiritual advisor.
exactly. He's my spiritual advisor. This is very important. 11 plus a d4. All right. So 15.
Okay. With a 15, you don't feel like anyone's being held hostage or anything, but you can definitely sense there is fear in the crowd. Like a great anxiety hanging over everyone's heads that doesn't look like really anyone can relax properly. Looks like the guards are a little on edge and look pretty tired, as if they've maybe not had a chance to rest in a while. And even looking beyond them into the actual encampment itself, where you can see, general peasantry, even children who, children of the mine workers who are on site. There's not, even the children's laughter is kind of stunted a little bit by this kind of anxiety that clearly everyone's feeling it. On the other hand, though, you don't. You get the sense that you don't think the Inquisition has really taken a foothold here yet.
All right. Ammanas frowns. Says to the others, something is off. Everything is on edge, stilted. It's like they are afraid and can't relax properly.
Then let's not give them another fight then. Vicus is gonna pull his hood up. His cloak.
Ammanas is gonna, adjust the eye patch over his eye. So the malevolent gleam doesn't peek through.
I guess I also put my hood off for hide my ears.
Right. We push beautiful Ceres forward to be our talker for the rest of the hooded weird people that follow her.
No.
I mean, that's literally like her job, is to be the normal face amongst all the weirdos, right?
Oh,
Sure.
Okay. So you move down the toll bridge then and kind of get in the queue, I suppose.
Yeah.
It the queue slowly moves through as they're seemingly asking people up ahead what their business is here. But it doesn't look like it's too thorough of a check, though. It's mostly just take the take the toll money, a brief question of why you're here, and then in you go. And one by one, people move forward as you kind of eventually get up to the toll gate, as the two tired guards kind of look from their desk. Welcome to Black Salt Mine. What are you here for?
God.
It kind of looks at the group.
I need to completely change how my mind is working now. So we're here to get or to find Raiden, right?
That's why we're here. We probably shouldn't tell the guard that.
No. It's easy excuse. She'll smile to the guard, giving her best pleasant expression and say, "We're here to buy some iron. Why else?"
Kind of examines over you. You a merchant?
She shrugs and says, "No, but I wish to acquire a decent amount. So cutting out the middleman is better. No."
Right, fair enough. She pauses for a moment. He pauses for a minute. Kind of flicks through his ledger for a second. Can I take a name?
Shit! Run! Panic!
I mean, she realistically probably doesn't have her name down. But you know,
You pass off like pseudonyms for the group then.
yeah, better safe than sorry. She'll give like pseudonyms, she'll smile to him and say, "Well, I'm Lady Neria, Lahiriel, and these are my retainers. Do you need their names as well, or?"
No, that'll be fine. I'll put the Lady Neria and 3 retainers.
Wonderful.
Armed retainers.
Heavily armed retainers.
You know, specifically looking at your greatsword in this case.
But then again, you know, that broken old man over there who has no weapons at all, so clearly he's harmless.
Yeah, they're all harmless, right?
Excuse me.
Man,
Right, toll fee is 2 silver per person.
my
Oof.
God.
Do we
Do
have
I
that
have-
much?
Do I have 2 silver? Let's find out.
Set base for everybody.
Oh wow.
Oh, you have money?
Whoa,
there's
you're
a
Okay.
gold coin.
bankrolling us? What?
It's like
Yeah.
said it's like a dragon or something. It's
He's
just a
the
hoard of money.
He's the rich
All
boy
right, I
here.
forgot. I do have
It's
money
like a
left
1
over.
gold coin at total. So like he throws a gold coin in there.
Oh yeah, the extra silver is that's for you, guard, to buy something nice.
No,
Yeah.
it's the Lady Eliza.
Oh right, Lady Eliza, right.
Sure, yeah,
so it's
she's
like a
here.
gold coin. Yeah.
Thing.
As you kind of bring up, as you kind of start looking back, realizing, oh yeah, she's behind you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I
hi.
imagine that Ceres.
I know counting.
I imagine that Ceres like looks behind and like looks to them all a bit like money, and then Zed pulls it out. It's like, oh yeah, of course Zed's giving me the money. It's just obviously.
My loyal retainer is holding all our finances.
Yeah,
like
why would I carry
Lady-
money? Ugh.
Lady near Nathaniel or whatever her name was, clearly exactly doesn't care. Like the
Chop chop.
queen doesn't carry money. Like, come on.
I love it.
Some sort
Lady
of
Eliza, of course, also got a cloak over herself right now, just for.
Yeah.
That'll be the pseudonym name here.
Okay.
Forever
That's your token.
saved.
I'll add that to your token.
They're like a
I'll add
There
it
we go.
to a new list. I shall call pseudonyms.
And you're just going to start getting pseudonyms building up. You pay him the gold coins worth of toll.
Yeah.
Fix that off. Very well. If you're looking to do bulk sales, the trade you can find the trading area on the eastmost side of the camp.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Just- Once you're through the gate, just follow the road past the blacksmiths. You'll know where to go.
Very helpful. I do appreciate all of your help.
Open the gate.
they give no shit.
As you see people
Go
at
fuck.
the gate, like pull it up for you to let you in.
It's like I haven't slept in a week. Get in.
Just get the fucking people. I want to talk
Next.
to you assholes.
No.
La-di-da, another noble lady.
He doesn't seem to really care that you're a noble.
I mean, I don't really care that he's a
But you don't, yeah, you
guard,
don't
so
see, like, the
Yeah,
entire doesn't
that is exactly Ceres's face when she like looks at the god like, "Ugh."
Like,
Oh, so tired of him already.
but you
Yes.
just like kill them all.
it wouldn't be a problem if they were all dead.
Because all of you make it into the encampment of Black Salt Mine. It is a lot. It's a large area with a combination of of like tents that have been rapidly thrown up, as well as buildings that have been actively kind of constructed. Everything though, from small bakeries to a small bakery, a blacksmiths. Well, actually, several smiths seemingly have set up around here, which is probably no surprise given all the tools needed. A tanners, and yeah, there's the basic facilities of a small town here, despite it not really being meant to. With the absent exception of no clear church or other like religious building.
Hmm.
Thank God. I mean, not. I guess not. Thank God.
It doesn't appear the church has built a temple up here in the mine.
That's okay. Bit odd, perhaps. I mean, there should be a shrine. Ammanas would think to himself. Like, I mean, these miners are like, surely they're all God-fearing miners, right?
Yes.
Pray to some sort of mountain god or whatever to find salt and not get caved in.
You imagine there might be a few small shrines around, but there's no kind of religious like center here.
Hmm.
And there's no
Alright.
there's no actual active priests here.
Right.
Oh, that's good for us.
So,
Yeah, for the moment though, you are at least in a settlement, which has got to be nice for you.
yeah. But we have basically two people we're looking for, which is Raiden and Braun Shadowshield, because then he would know where Raiden is if they met. Lady Eliza, did his letter say they were meeting for the trade of iron?
Lord Raiden, he was to meet Bronn for to discuss providing his warriors with discounts on gear in return for them helping clear out some of the gnolls.
Ah, yes. Yes, I remember now. Well, shall we attempt to seek out one of them? Or then?
Well, I assume if this Shattered Shield is a somewhat well-known mercenary, he should be known around the camp if he is active in the area. Is there like a bar or a tavern close by?
There's a drinking hole, definitely.
Alright.
It feels a little bit too much to say so much a bar, but
Sure.
essentially,
Well,
if you can imagine, like basically just several kind of bar tops, kind of out on a little shaded canopy area. It's all outside though. Just you see just miners coming up requesting drinks and just walking off with them.
alright, well, I mean, a dwarven mercenary would certainly have a few drinks, so they should probably know him. So I would suggest we go to the drinking establishment and ask.
Vicus frowns at the king.
King looks back.
As long as we do not get distracted, my king.
The king blinks and then says, "Oh, no, I have sworn off the drink, Vicus. Do not worry."
He's met with silence but heavily raised eyebrows as they continue.
King
So,
looks at the golden mead being poured, foaming into cups. Sweat starts to bead on his forehead. Maybe just a little taste.
ale being
Yeah.
filling each of the tankards as they're handed out. A few kind of barmaids kind of carrying platters of them, it looks like, off to certain areas of the mine with just entire, serving trays full to the brim with, like, stacked drinks
Hmm.
for the miners. Because
Well,
it turns out, when you're in a cold, frozen location without a whole lot to do, drinking is very popular.
yeah, yeah. Well, Ammanas will walk up to the bar and address the nearest barkeep.
It's a grey-haired old man. He honestly, he looks way too frail to be out here, but he doesn't seem to care.
Well, Ammanas will look him up and down and say, well met, old timer. I have just arrived here at the fine mine, but I'm looking for an acquaintance of mine. He is a dwarven mercenary by the name of Bron Shattershield. Do you know him? As he asks the question, he will pull out a shiny gold coin from his purse.
He looks at the shiny gold coin. Yeah, I know him. Could drink us out of business if he really felt like it.
Ammanas nods. Sounds like him. Have you seen him recently? I know he has been here in the area for a while, I think.
Dwarfs. Where would he be? Probably up in the foreman's office right now. Follow the scaffolding that way. Upper level. You'll just look for the very large building.
Nods and says, very helpful and very informative. Thank you. He will slide the gold coin to the old man over the bar.
He takes the coin and kind of bites down on it to check it's real.
Yes.
Mm.
And
Then,
seeming satisfied, he slides that into his pocket.
yeah, it's one of the old gold coins, with his own face on it. He only has a few of those left from
Well,
the old times.
I thankfully didn't check to compare the face.
No,
Yeah,
no,
I was
did
gonna
not.
say that might be the idea.
It's pretty boss though, paying with the coins with your own face on it.
Mm,
What? Do you agree?
Foreman's office. Let's go.
Fine.
You head up through the twisting and kind of narrow walkways, hastily constructed out of the lumber that's provided for the area. I mean, they seem sturdy enough, but they don't look sturdy on first glance. But apparently they are sturdy enough to handle the activity going on here, despite their appearance. And after not too long, you find your way quickly to the foreman's office. It is not too hard to find, thankfully. It stands out as being one of the few buildings that doesn't look like it's ramshackled, and actually looks like it's been here, like, securely built. Entering into the side of the building, it is, well, you can see there's actually a few side rooms, and there's a few people talking, a little bit of a lobby area. And on the far side of the room, you do see, in fact, what appears to be a well-armoured dwarf with a battle axe, sitting at a desk, currently complaining and chucking papers in the face of, you're guessing, one of his subordinates? They look like a fairly weak-looking, like, human trainee. Now, I told you, reports like this do nothing for us. Go out there and learn to draw a map properly. Yes, boss. As the human kind of scurries past you. Oi, you lot. What are you doing here? Don't recognize you. He addresses, looking at your group.
Lot time.
I mean, we are a lot.
We are a lot. We're attempting to be a lot right now.
Alright, sorry, I like stepped away for a sec. Who were we directed to for looking for who?
We are
specifically?
currently in the foreman's office,
Mhm.
where Braun Shadow Shield is presumably in front of us. We have been led here from information from a guy that we paid
Yeah.
money to.
Okay.
The description of Bron, at least.
Yeah,
Is it
description.
Bron?
We don't know.
I mean, it's a dwarf.
Armored dwarf with battle axe.
Uh-huh.
I mean,
Does he have a
match-
mohawk?
Does he have a mohawk?
He does have a mohawk.
Oh, it sounds like the description.
Yeah, that sounds perfect.
And he should know where our dear Lord Raiden is. Presumably. Alright.
But ask.
Come on, spit it out.
Oh, so just quickly out of character, I'm presuming we're just being pretty blunt with a dwarf?
He seems
Yeah.
to appreciate that,
Yeah.
and there's no need to really.
So I guess as they walk in, Cirrus will say, Bron Shatter Shield, right?
Now, who are you?
Oh, she smiles and says, a friend of Raiden's.
That's rich. Go on.
See, we've misplaced him and looking for him. Figured that his consultant does like the little air gestures. May know where he is.
Yeah, princess, I'm sure. He kind of suspiciously looks Ceres up and down. Now what? Now who are you really? Definitely not one of Raiden's contacts.
Ammanas will like wave forward, Eliza.
She will move forward, peering for a moment, like should she reveal herself properly? But
It's only us in the office, right?
there's a couple. It looks like there's a couple other people on the other side of the office, so they're not directly listening.
Well,
Is there like a door in this office of his?
Not like that would separate him from everyone else.
then Ammanas will say, we would be happy to speak more candidly if we were alone.
He seems to start sizing Ammanas up and down with his greatsword.
Yeah, Ammanas looks back at him.
Fine, I'll humour you. It's better. It's better than better entertainment probably than dealing with these recruits. Fine, walk with me this way.
We follow.
As he'll start walking out across the kind of some of the long walkways, but it's away from all the other people.
Yeah, Seth is gonna try to keep in mind that we are not followed too.
Yeah.
Make me a perception check.
Can I aid him on this?
You can.
Okay. How does that work in 5th edition?
You aid. He gets advantage.
All right, perfect.
Oh, sorry, I didn't have the token ready.
Oh.
Let me try it again. Perception check. That's a really bad roll.
All right. Well,
You do not believe you're being followed.
Oh well. He gives because the OK mark. Not seeing much.
Because
okay.
also apparently returns the okay mark.
Yeah, because it's like, okay, I guess. Trust him.
Of course, walking. Now, talk. I've not got all day.
Well, to be perfectly frank, we are looking for Lord Raiden because we are interested in undermining the current coup that has happened in the capital. Perhaps you've heard that there is a Lord Inquisitor in town that he has executed Raiden's father. And so we're interested in finding Lord Raiden himself.
He pauses for a moment. He kind of stops and kind of turns to look back at you, scratching at his braided beard. One scratch, two scratch. So, you've come out here to, right after there's been a big coup, to try and find him, and, well, I'm fairly sure you aren't contacts of his, so who actually are you?
Motions over to Eliza and says,
She
well,
move forward then.
he says, perhaps you recognize Lord Raiden's sister, Lady Eliza.
She slightly lowers her cloak as he pauses for a moment and stops scratching his beard.
I'm
As you
sure
see, he seems to make a gesture off somewhere high up, as if is he calling off snipers?
Oh wow, okay. Vicus will basically like look up so that the light actually catches his face, and look at the dwarf and say, "I'm sure now you understand the gravity of why we are being secretive."
Also understand, I suddenly have a random group of strange, well-armed people show up, asking about someone who is on the run from the Inquisition.
I'm glad we understand each other. Vicus smiles at him. But if this is enough proof for you, then the question still stands.
So I was here for a short while, though definitely wasn't the meeting I was expecting.
In what sense?
Well, I wasn't expecting when he arrived to tell me that his father was dead. Poor lad doesn't deserve that. Same to you, my lady, but he shrugs. Apparently, being blunt about it is still his thing.
News travels slowly up here then.
We've got a whole bunch of dirt rows and a whole bunch of miners here who generally are working week-long shifts. News does travel slow. Other people down there probably don't entirely realise what's happened.
What exactly is your relationship to Lord Raiden? If we believe that you would be somewhat together, since presumably you would be paid to protect him, but if he is not here,
Lord Raiden did hire me to well, initially it was just here to help clear out a few creatures. Those future creatures then became gnolls. And yes, now the issue is that he's being hunted. As it stands, it's a purely business relationship here. He's my client, and I will do what I need to protect him.
very well. Do you know his current whereabouts?
Yes. The lad's currently held up in the back of one of the old mine shafts, tinkering with his gizmos.
I see. Ammanas looks up and down the mine. Is it safe to enter it?
That mine shaft, probably not, but that's purely because he was expecting trouble. It's fine. I'll give him. It's fine. I can get the brat out of there.
Ammanas nods. He likes this bronze shadow shield. He seems to be a man of action, which he can appreciate.
If
And he
only
does
we could
understand
afford him.
mercenaries. Yeah, it's a problem, right? But just to wait until I get my hands on the state coffers, then bronze shadow shields shall immediately be hired.
I don't know. We have a few hairs here, so
Does
As
he?
it stands, though, this mine would have fallen ages ago. It wasn't for him hiring my team here, so I understand his. It's been an interesting situation, to be sure.
We have run in to a group of gnolls on the way here. We killed 8 or so of them.
They have one of those skull wielding magic casters.
that's the one.
Vile beasts.
Yes, that they
I
are.
can't put my axe into enough of them.
How much of a force are we talking about here with the gnolls?
Frankly, we have little idea. They're somewhere out in the frozen ridges, and the maps of that area are practically worthless. No one wants to go up there because it's cold enough. Most people freeze to death overnight. But the gnolls are somehow living up there, and they keep sending wave after wave down. They sometimes win, they sometimes lose. They haven't breached here yet, though.
Would Zed know from his Ace and traveling all around with like a survival check, like the lay of the land?
Zed would know like that. Like once you kind of get into the entire black section on the map here, where it kind of all turns to icy mountains, it is inhospitable. Like survival there might be possible, but it's very difficult.
Would he have enough like knowledge to guess like a HQ location?
He doesn't have enough to know that.
Yeah, sad. I mean, we can always try to go there, I guess.
What is your current mission, Braun? Is it to defend the settlement, or is it to defend the boy?
Unfortunately, it's to defend the settlement, but I do have some of my agents set to just keep an eye on wherever he is. Some of them were keeping an eye on you once I walked out here as well. As he kind of nods, as he kind of makes a neck motion up to kind of pull your eyes. As you see up some of the high up mining ridges, like leading out of some of the caves, a couple of crossbowmen.
Nods. Fair enough. What would you do if this Gnoll problem were taken care of?
That depends what my employer wants. I'm still on contract with him for at least another couple of months, so. Oh damn!
All right. Good.
He's paid me and my clan the worthy dues, so my honor requires it.
Ammanas can understand honor. He says, very good. Then, if we could speak to Lord Raiden, that would be very convenient for us.
All right, I'll get the brat. No offense, my lady. Again, right, I'll be back. Make yourselves home in the foreman's office if you want. I think I've got a couple of barrels of ale under the desk.
Thickest frowns.
Ammanas frowns as well. As Bron turns away and stalks off, presumably.
He seems to head further up the mine shaft area to probably, fetch Raiden.
Ammanas looks at Vikas and said, "Would you follow him and see that he does not actually bring down guards upon us?"
He nods. He will roll a die here to re-establish his whispers, because it's probably long gone. It's been many hours. 3 hours. All right, the king. And let's see, Ceres. Actually, Lady Eliza. Because just in case something happens, if she's willing, of course.
I mean, she doesn't have any problems with it. You've already invaded her mind once.
Call it bidding. It's more of a share. It's more a share cooperation.
What is happening here?
right.
Excuse me.
Yeah, he'll do that, king and her. And he will nod, and he will attempt to follow, I guess.
Do I also follow? I guess I do, if the king says so.
I assume you're not wanting to be noticed by all of his forces.
I was thinking Valky's character because he's good at sneaking.
Yeah, but you said my name also too, I heard.
No, I only said Vikas, I think. I only meant to say Vikas at least.
Okay, yeah. In that case, I only give guidance to Valkas.
All right.
You will.
Yes, I will attempt to tail him at a sufficient distance. I don't want him to feel like I'm aggressively tailing him, but just enough to know that
I
he's not
presume
like...
you're wanting to roll a stealth as you're doing this.
Yes. Oh, yes. Gosh, this will be awkward. Let's see here. Dex, I have guidance, and I also have potential. All right. Let's see. Dex, stealth. It's 24. Let's put the guidance on it. 28. And actually, you know what? Because I have plenty of these, and right now it's the only thing I can use them on. Let's mask his presence with a bit of psionic static here. Let's see, another one. So 29.
Swift as shadows, and well, I'll be fairly honest. There are very few creatures around currently who could perceive you at the moment.
Like in the world.
That's because just seems to walk off a little bit away from you all, and then almost just like a glitch out of the air, he just disappears from your view.
Ammanas looks after Vikas and is like, "Man, he is old, but he still got it." Chuckles to himself and then heads into the foreman's office to warm up.
Do you think that? Because,
Certainly, it's far warmer in the foreman's office with a nice fire running instead of out on the cold mountain edge.
I mean, he sort of said it out loud to himself, but I guess he thought it at the same time, so...
You'll just hear like a satisfied grunt from Vicus.
It's the happiest he ever gets. It's just happy grunt noises.
It's something Ammanas would definitely notice. He kind of returns to the foreman's office and kind of looks out the window. He kind of takes a moment to himself. This place is like, it doesn't look it, but you can tell now as you kind of have an actual chance and you realize exactly what's in the mind of Bron. This place is surprisingly well fortified with just small spots that don't really look like it is, but you realize hey, that bit's been chiseled out just specifically for a sniper to be able to sit there. Like you could ambush people around that corner. Huh.
Right.
Like, he's clearly prepared in case the gnolls just break through the door for him to just do full retaliation.
Right. Well, as Bron Shield seems to be very competent. We should definitely keep him in mind for future endeavors, if nothing else.
Multiple paycheck though. So
yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? I need like the treasury to pay for him and his mercenary company, clearly. But when we get there, competent mercenaries are not easiest to find.
Yeah, your Vickers, meanwhile, though, kind of moving forward, seemingly able to just walk through entire crowds of miners and just not be there, just delete it from everyone's thoughts as you move. You are able to follow Bron as he enters into what appears to be a section of mine that has been closed off, with a couple of kind of boards covering it, but not fully covering it. You can kind of duck under them.
Okay.
And very quickly you understand why Bron said what he said about it's probably a bad idea to go down here.
Mm-hmm.
As you see Bron very carefully moving around with a lot of hidden traps.
Ah, I see.
It looks like Lord Raiden's gone out of his way to tripwire this place to all hell.
Jesus. Well, thankfully, Braun is basically telling me exactly where to move to not trip
Well,
them. So
you're just following his footsteps.
yeah, gonna try and memorize the way out just in case.
I mean, hopefully getting out is easier than getting in.
Yes.
But you can follow all the way down if you wish. There's no way Bron's going to see you. His perception score's not that high.
Sure. I'm here. Might as well go all the way.
Eventually, it gets down towards a section which you think that this is once kind of one of the staging areas where all the mine carts would pull together and they would kind of sort the ores. Now, though, what you see down here just appears to be basically a small camp area down here in the cave. A makeshift tent kind of set up and just a workbench covered in scrap metal. And one thing that does catch your eye, something that to Vickers' mind, like he can't believe he's seeing this. It's just a solid pallet of mana crystals.
Oh my god.
There is enough mana crystals there that even with you fighting at combat strength, you'd have like a month's supply.
Wow.
Start grabbing.
Well, I feel like for now it's more important to make sure that Braun is actually going where he's going.
Bron seems to enter into the room. Lord Raiden there seemingly currently tinkering with some kind of contraption he's strapped to his arm. Seemingly able to fire some kind of long metal chain out, striking a target nearby.
Alright, Vicus will attempt to eavesdrop on any conversation.
Sure, you can't really get any closer, but you can try to eavesdrop. You can make your perception.
Sure. Perception. That is wisdom. So see, wisdom, perception. 22, and why not? He'll add a 5, so 27.
You've got visitors. Visitors? What? No visitors here. Who are they? Your sister and 4 very weird-looking people. He pauses for a moment. Raiden just kind of looking inquisitively. You sure they're not? What do you take me for? I can tell they're not Inquisition. To be frank, I doubt any of them have gone to a temple in years. Something about them. If it means anything, looks like they have a wood elf and a high elf there. He quirks his head and a wood elf and... Oh, Eliza, sir. What in the maker have you done? Are they still here? They insisted on seeing you. And do you want me to just shoot them? No, don't shoot them. Eliza, I hope you know what you're doing. he seems to grab a whole bunch of stuff. Yes, you can hear like the clattering of all the metal work as he seems to shove some of it into a bag.
All right.
And you kind of peer around the corner. You can see him also with a gloved leather hand, seemingly pocket a couple handfuls of mana crystals into a bag.
Yeah, makes sense. I think Vickers will basically hide here and let them get ahead, and then tail them out that way.
You can do so. Your stealth check's amazing enough that I'll let that stand.
All right. Just a question: like these pallets of mana crystals, are they just like left unattended? There's no traps around them or anything.
As far as you can tell, they look fairly unattended. At least, well, it's only one pallet down here, but still, yeah, looks unattended.
You know, while he's here, he's gonna like make sure there's no like obvious trip here. But he's just gonna attempt to grab like a handful after he's sure that they're like significantly far away.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, there doesn't appear to be any traps. They're meticulously organized, but they're not trapped.
all right, he'll grab a handful just to fill his pouch maybe, and then he'll get going again.
When I say meticulously organized, I do mean it where it's just like or like what one row of perfect clarity, the next row of like slightly different clarity, the next row of a slightly smaller size. It's like, oh,
Yeah. Wow, that's great. Yeah, he'll take some. And then he'll, before they get too far ahead, he'll continue back.
you can do so. But I think we'll end it here.
All right, awesome.
As next time, we'll begin with the meeting with Bronn and Lord Raiden.
Jonas, if you're talking, I can't hear you.
Hello.
There you
Hello?
go. Try
Yeah.
again.
I said that Vikas will come back to the group with swelling pants pockets and a weird clinking coming from him as he moves.
Like
Just
a
like-
strange burning radiation smell.
Yeah.
I have a Geiger counter just did too. Like,
Yeah.
oh, I suppose you're too old to be a dad anyway.
Gosh.
What?
Well, all the women do run away from him, so
Problem solves itself.
Well, not
Yeah.
not Ceres, but then again, she's not a woman; she's a lady.
I do have a question though, actually,
Right.
before we end the session.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Vickers, would you have been relaying what you saw to the others?
Yes. Yes. Oh, wait, about the crystals?
About well,
Specifically?
basically everything you saw down there.
Yes, that was the point of the mental link. Yeah, he'd be constantly updating the king. Maybe not Lady Eliza though about the conversation. Basically that was there in case like he got spotted with Raiden and needed some sort of like I don't know thing only they know to assure him that he's with them. But
Give me the
yeah,
do not
only
shoot
the king.
password. Give me the do not shoot password.
Yeah, give me give me the sibling code. Yeah, so just the king was updated with that stuff. And yeah, everything.
Before we end, could you use like an insight to get like a feeling of this prawn shatter shield? Except like I know he's kind of blunt or direct, but like better reading.
Sure. Go ahead. Here we go again.
Yeah, 21.
Bronn, to your mind, fits a lot of the stereotypes of the average dwarf. Kind of blunt, stubborn, and definitely enjoys his coin. He does also, though, seem to take the dwarven concepts of family honor into account. You would probably believe him when he says, like he'll see a job through until it's done, because that's what because he will follow like his payment through. he's, as you saw, he's definitely pushes his lackeys a bit hard at times. Pushes his people. Though, you doubt it's out of malice, just wanting to, wanting to best kind of fulfill the contract he's been given. You get the sense though that you also get the sense though that he's there isn't you don't feel like there's a whole lot else in his life right now. You think it's just a whole lot of just mercenary work and not a whole lot else kind of concerning his time. He seems very single-minded on just this. Well, that and some booze, but that also, but again, does not out of the normal for dwarves. Very dwarven traditionalist, though. So, for better or worse.
Good to know.
Yes, next time you'll get to have your meeting, as all of you know that a artificer armed Lord Raiden is coming up to meet with all of you.
Yes.
And that he specifically told him not to have his guard shoot you. It's positive.
Well, we appreciate that.
Yeah. We take those.
Yeah. It's the beginning of a beautiful friendship, I think.
We'll see how the sibling relationship is like.
Yes, it would be awful if they like vehemently hate each other. And
Yeah.
Eliza's just tricked us to get here so she can kill him or something. That would be.
Can you
That
imagine?
would be.
Oh my god, that'd be so awkward.
We would, yeah.
She
Mine
an
was
agent of
actually
the
an
Inquisition.
oath of vengeance.
She's an agent of the Inquisition. She got the oath of vengeance, and now she will kill him.
Exactly.
Oh god.
Smite evil.
Paid actor.
She's been disguising her psychic link this entire time against Vicus.
Oh man.
You know, I would be very impressed with her.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you, she's probably not that good. Yeah, she's a skilled marksman, not maybe a skilled manipulator.
No.
She's a bit too goody two-shoes for that.
Oh yeah, I could tell that much.
In very much a different life, she would have probably just been a flat-out paladin.
Yeah.
All right.
But yeah, that's the end of this session. I hope you all enjoyed it.
Yes.
Yeah, it was fun.
Not quite as late as last time when we were pushing 1 a.m. for.
No, that's true. But we did start later last time, getting set up and stuff. So.
I need to move the UI here to exactly there now because you're on the other side of the bridge.
All right, progress.
In addition, keep in mind you're now in a location that has that technically has like smithies and stuff like that.
Oh.
Like what?
It has like blacksmiths and like supplies you can buy.
You can polish your greatsword now.
Oh, just up a new one.
If there is something
Trade
if you end up needing to purchase something, this is technically a purchasable location.
All right.
Can I? What's the price of a full plate again? Is it like 1,500?
It's way more money than you've got.
Yeah.
Oh god.
1500,
Let's not.
Oh dear.
It's not in the budget.
Striking high. Yeah.
Yeah, 1,500 gold for a full plate.
Got to slum out for a bit to do that. I honestly.
What have you got right now, Splint?
Yes. So
Yeah.
the upgrade is a pricey one, but it is the only armor like that makes sense for me as a full plate. So it's
Right,
something
yeah.
down the line, right? So
Yeah.
I mean, I can perfectly understand that. I can tell you, Lord Bolton's only stats that make sense is also a full plate.
yeah, for sure. Well, maybe I can steal one.
Ah, yes, steal a fully prepared full plate.
I mean, repossess.
Just get to work. You can pickpocket an entire full plate, right?
No, I cannot.
I believe in you.
All
I
65
believe
pounds
in
of it.
dying. You know, at the end of my long life, not right now.
I mean,
Oh, you know.
arguably, your long life is coming to an end.
Wow. Thanks for the pep talk, Lady Ceres.
Yes, Sarah, you
Alright,
speak
man.
true, but it would still be premature.
Premature, yes. Accurate.
But soon. Yes, very soon.
Like all humans.
I blink and you're dead. Oh well.
Oops.
Oops, you've been
What is a
strangled by shadows. Oops.
what is 100
Coincidentally,
years? But a blink in the
coincidentally, I
eye.
really don't know why humans don't like elves. I don't know.
Probably the same reasons why elves don't like humans.
I don't think it's the same reasons.
I think similar yet inverted.
I see. So completely opposite is what you're saying.
Similar yet entirely opposite.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Similar, but actually not at all.
It's like, I don't know.
Fantasy racism is fantasy racism.
Oh yeah,
Mhm.
it
Oh, yeah.
is incredibly real in D&D. Like that's a drow. They are evil. It
Ew.
says here in the book.
It says in the book, evil.
Get him.
And look, women are in charge. You.
What? Although,
Excuse me.
although I think the current like open lord of Waterdeep is a woman, isn't she? I forget.
I have no idea.
I'm saying it's just not evil murderous women that are in charge. I'm trying to say.
Yes, of course.
Mm-hmm. Why do you sound so apprehensive?
That did not sound anyway skeptical. I just meant
Uh-huh.
it's natural.
Yes. Let's never discuss this topic ever again.
Right. Well, I'm gonna go to bed. I think it's quite late.
Just very quickly before the end of the session, just a reminder, we are recording. Whether it goes up or not is a completely different story. But I wanted
Okay.
to just make sure that everyone was doubly, triply sure. I think we did discuss in session 0. Just in case, yeah.
Yep. That's fine by me.
Obviously, nothing's going up for at least 5 sessions. Then we discuss and stuff like that.
Sure.
I know how, but the
I
only
mean,
reason
we
you're...
were close to dying already in this session, so we were
Yeah, we are-
okay before
And
that.
the last session.
Yeah.
Don't even know.
Look, I did say to you guys I wouldn't be holding punches.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, been great.
I didn't have to forget about the Gnolls' rampage ability until halfway through the fight, so it's like, oh, oops.
Yes.
yeah.
Well.
Was probably for the best.
I would have been fine, I'm sure.
Oh,
rest
yeah,
of the
I'm
body.
sure.
You are perfect. Yeah.
I've not had to use shield yet.
When they come for everyone else and you're fine, and then eventually they'll come for
I'm
you
just
and
saying
be
she
like,
hasn't.
oh no.
I'm just saying she hasn't spent a hit dice yet.
No, I haven't. Not
Yeah.
once.
I feel that you need to put her on the front line next time.
Yes.
I'll just Misty step behind it.
Damn.
Yeah, there will be
Pro.
no rest. There'll be no short. There'll be no long rest between sessions.
That's fine.
So,
All right. Yeah. Makes sense.
Yep.
adventuring day continues unless you guys decide to actually just nap it out for the day. But you know.
Take a
We
long
leave a
rest
note
before
on
we
his
drop.
desk. Be back in 8 hours.
Yeah.
Oh my
Gone
gosh.
fishing.
Nap time.
I mean, you could do it.
Maybe
let's
after the talks.
decide
Maybe
not to.
Well, we'll see if it comes natural. It's always a bit weird to just force long rests all the time.
I mean, as it stands, just keep in mind also the Inquisitor is taking actions every day.
And we're literally stood inside of an office, so
Yeah.
Well,
Hey,
Yeah,
most of
but
us.
I don't have much spells. I have 2 spells.
I
Which I'm also gonna go healing for you
Look,
guys.
you've only,
I
look,
have many.
you've only had one